Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically.
they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online
Recording in
episode,
progress.
Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Vegan and Vegetarian.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global namaste to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. A very refreshing good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you. Today, me, Amrita Sharma, is bringing to you another beautiful episode of Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, where we will be sharing a lot of things that are related to winter warmers, starting from herbs, some spices, some recipes, what all things should be added up for the kitchen as the autumn has said bye bye and the early winters are starting for the jingle bells to ring round the streets. We all are preparing for the winters. Health being the primary concern for all of us, and despite COVID and immunity is one of the important topics, everybody is really cautious about their health and their families. And that's why in today's episode, we have very exciting and very relishing dishes as well as experts with us who will be sharing with us their recipes on various dishes that are related with food, that are related with health, that are related with delicious tastes, which is not only really tongue licking, but also satiating your mind, body, and soul. So, before we move, let's start with a Gayatri mantra and fill this vibration of Annapurna, which is the kitchen, with the holistic the vibes of the health from the Gayatri mantra. So you can hold any of the mantras that you like, and let's start with Gayatri mantra. Om Om Bhur Bhuvaswaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yuna Prachodaya Om Bhuvaswaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yuna Prachodaya Om Bhuvaswaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yuna Prachodaya. Om Shanti. 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 As we have sprinkled these holy vibes of mantras, let's start up with this episode to see what all is there in the kitchen, what all we can preserve in the pockets of the kitchen to sustain our health and make us more warmer and happy. With that, I'd like to welcome our today's guest, who is our regular resident contributor at Healing Our Earth. And we have already seen so many recipes and as well as culinary dishes from her, our very own warm hearted with a cheering smile, Daksha ji. Global Namaste, Chef D.
Global Namaste to everybody. Global Namaste, and thank you for welcoming me back again to our
I'm
winter
really
warmth episode.
I'm glad to have you today at our episode. And now it's all yours. So, our warm kitchen should be warmed up with what all things and what you're going to share with our viewers today. Please do tell something, and over to you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Amrita ji. Thank you. Hello and Global Namaste. Welcome everybody. And today our episode is all about obviously always healthy food. But today we're doing something called winter warmers, something to heat us up and keep us warm and nourished throughout these cold months. Today I'm bringing you two recipes. Hopefully we can finish both recipes in this time. Two recipes. One's a ragi vegetable soup, which is delicious, very, very warm and comfort food. And another one is a cutlet. It's a foxtail millet cutlet, and we're going to add beetroot to it. We're going to add some lentils to it. So I'm going to start a little bit of that off, and also a little bit of the soups, because we're going to take a break a little bit later on and come back and finish off the recipes. So first and foremost, I'm going to put the cutlet grains on to cook, because that takes time to cook. And then we're going to come back and start on the soup. So what I'm going to show you here.
So, which dish are we preparing? Can you tell our viewers the
I'm preparing,
ingredients first?
yes, absolutely. So I'm going to make a start on preparing the foxtail millet cutlets. Now, foxtail millets is one of the super millets, a part of the super millet family. We've got foxtail millet, we've got barnyard millet, proso millet, kodo millet. We've got ragi, jowar, bajra. Our millets are so, so important to our diets. And today I'm using foxtail millet, which has been soaked for 8 hours, a minimum 8 hours. And I've taken one lot of water out after 2 hours of soaking. Now, this water that we've got in here, I'm using 1 cup of foxtail millet. And this water, we're not going to throw out, because this water now has got a lot of nutrients in it as well. So we're going to use this water to cook. So we're going to pour this all into our pan. Because this is going to take a little bit longer, we're going to make a start with this first, so it can carry on cooking while we make our ragi soup. And then we'll come back to this. So we've got our foxtail millets in here. Now to this, we're going to add, if anybody knows what this grain is, it's red quinoa. Red quinoa seeds. So this is 1.5 cup of red quinoa seeds. Now, this side of the world, unfortunately, millets work out a little bit more expensive for us to use on a daily basis. So we can add other grains into our millets just to increase the quantity, and obviously gives us more, it's economically more viable as well. So Quinoa's been soaked for over 4 hours. And as you can see, I'm getting a little bit of white scum at the top. So this water we're going to discard. We always have to wash quinoa properly. It has a protective layer called saponin, and we have to get rid of that. And by doing that, once it's soaked, we just rub it between our fingers and we discard this water. So just bear with me as I discard the water.
And how much millets did you tell to soak in how much water?
Yeah, the foxtail millet is being soaked. It was 1 cup of foxtail millet, and I soaked it in 3 cups of water, washed it out for after 2 hours, and discarded that water. Then added another 3 cups of water, and that's still in there. So I've not discarded the last lot. Now this is 1.5 cups of quinoa, red seed quinoa. You can use the white as well. I've just got a lot of these, and I find these don't mash up a lot, so you get a lovely sort of texture and a crunchiness in the end. So I've taken all the water out of the quinoa. I'm not using the water because we are making cutlets out of this, so therefore we don't want too much water. So this, I'm just going to add 1 spoon of salt, Himalayan pink salt, and put this on to boil. Once that starts boiling, then I'm also going to add some pink normal lentils, misur dal. So there's going to be a little bit of lentils, but I don't want to put it right now because I don't want, this takes longer to cook than the dal. Also, the binding ingredient in this cutlet today is not going to be normal white potato, it's going to be sweet potato. And obviously, sweet potato doesn't take that long to cook either. So once this comes to an end, I'm going to add the sweet potato and the dal, and it'll finish off. And then I'll show you how we put this together and turn it into beautiful, delicious cutlets. So I'm going to put this on the gas to carry on cooking.
How much time to cook?
Because we're not pressure cooking it, we're looking at a good 45 minutes before the whole thing comes together, including the dal and the sweet potato. So this is why I put that on. So we can come back, when I come back for the rest of the episode, we can finish off the cutlets then. So right now I'm going to start on our ragi soup. So what we've got here, let's pop my pan on here.
Can you please tell the ingredients first? Yes.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So I'm just going to lift this up. I've already pre-chopped it. So we've got finely chopped red onions, finely chopped little tiny cubes of carrot, finely chopped cubes of cabbage, red and green peppers, again finely chopped tomatoes, and we've got finely chopped fresh garlic. But after I've chopped it, I've also squashed it. It's very important to squash your garlic because that's the only way you're going to release its potent qualities, which is lysine. And if we just continue just cutting things, some ingredients do need a little bit of squashing to release all its properties as well. So what we're going to do now, we're going to start this up. Now we don't need, I won't be using any oil in this soup at the moment. I mean, a lot of people would start with oil and start sauteing the onions. We don't need oil all the time. I'm very much one of those people, if I can cook something without oil from the beginning, I will. And if I need the oil afterwards, it will be a little drizzle of extra virgin olive oil on top, just for the texture, the smoothness, if people like that. So if you can avoid adding oil to your pans, always try to avoid that. So to this, we're just going to go straight in with our red onions. Now you can add some chilies to this. You can add some green chopped chilies if you fancy that spice. But today I want to add the freshly chopped garlic, and I'm going to add a little bit of ginger for the heat as well. So to this onion, I'm going to add my ginger. Which unfortunately I forgot to defrost. So I've got a teaspoon of crushed ginger, which I'm adding to this. You've probably noticed that I've not added the garlic yet. One thing I've learned on my journey of healthy cooking is there has been studies out that if you add garlic straight away to onions that are cooking, it somehow reduces the potency of the onions and it changes the flavors. So I tried it and I actually noticed a difference. So if you cook your onions with everything else first, then add the garlic, you get the garlic flavor, you get the intensity of that, and you get the lovely sweetness of your onions. So it's worked and I've been continuing doing that. So this is just gone in. Now, obviously my onions are pre-cut it, so there's not much moisture in there, but the ginger has got a bit of moisture. So once this starts heating up,
So the ginger is grated or finely
yes,
chopped ginger?
it's like it's crushed. It's crushed in a chopper. It's crushed in a chopper. You can grate it if you've got a knob of ginger. If mine didn't defrost in time, I would have been grating it in front of you. So you can use grated. So that's cooking away in my pan. So to this, what we're going to add is the rest of the vegetables in layers, because obviously some take longer to cook. But first and foremost, I'm just going to go straight in with the carrots and the cabbage. And like we say, we're making soup, so at the end of the day, it is going to have a lot of water in it. To this soup today, it's not only ragi, we're adding some bajra atta as well. So bajra is obviously a very thermogenic grain. So we find that, especially in UK, to add bajra to our meals, it just heats you up. It gives you that lovely warm feeling throughout the day. So I do recommend people to include bajra at least for breakfast, something, a bajra pura if you want to add it to your ragi. Now, when we talk about millets and grains, we're not supposed to mix the 5 positive millets together. So, but what you can mix with the 5 positive, things like jowar, bajra, you can mix a little bit of ragi, only if you're eating it in the morning time, not in the evening. So a little bit of mixture with the larger grains is fine. But when you're doing foxtail or you're doing barnyard on its own, eat it just by itself. So that's one thing that's very important, because obviously every grain has its own properties and its own health benefits. And if we complicate it too much, our gut can't digest everything in the proportion it's supposed to. So it gives our gut some time to digest the food properly, and the grains are doing the job that it's supposed to do. The superfood that it is, we all call these grains have been called the hidden, the lost grains, the lost miracle grains. But luckily this year we've had a lot of knowledge come through our way, and we're learning, and I'm adding it into my diet and my food, my family's food. I add it into my food presentations and workshops. But yes, unfortunately, UK is still very much behind in millets, but we'll get there. We'll get there. So as you can see, without oil, my onions are still cooking away. I've got lots of lovely steam coming in here. Now to this, now we're going to add our carrots. So because today we're making a soup, we don't need to caramelize our onions, but it's got a lovely nice hue to it. So I've added the carrots. Now I'm going to add the garlic, the chopped cabbage.
How
I'm
many
going to
garlic
give that,
cloves have you taken?
I've used 3. And in total,
Okay.
all my vegetables, we're looking at about half a cup of chopped vegetables. You can add more or less depending on what you like. So I've also got broccoli to this mix as well. So I'm just going to add this now with a little bit of half a spoon of Himalayan pink salt, half a teaspoon of haldi. To this haldi, I'm adding ground black pepper. I always make it a habit now to add even the ground black pepper into my curries and my subjis and everything, because obviously every ingredient has its properties and we want to increase its availability and its health properties as much as possibly we can. So to this, we're just going to add a little bit of water.
How much water?
At the moment, I'm just going to add a cup because it will help
And
us cook along. Because if you're doing it at home, you can add more water at this stage if you want to. But while we're talking, I find if I add a little bit of water only, it just gets the cooking
right,
process faster.
better, yeah. And this soup will be a single serving for one person or two
It'll
people?
be 2 people. It'll be 2 bowls of soup.
Two bowls of
So
soup,
at the
right.
moment, it doesn't look a lot, but once it's all come together with the flowers and everything, you're looking at 2 big bowls of soup. You know, two
Hmm.
hungry people bowls of soup. So that's coming together. If anybody's got any
Hmm.
questions, we can ask questions right now if you want to.
Yeah, definitely. There are so many questions in relation to this because this seems to be so colorful, and these colors basically are adding up so much of nutritive value, in fact.
Yes,
Yeah.
I've just
And
brought my
what is this?
broccoli as well. Broccoli. That's a full cup of chopped broccoli. And I've also used a lot of the stem as well. I've used a lot of the stem to chop it finely because the stem also, again, it's edible. You should not discard it. You know, if you've got any elements on the stem that you feel need discarding, just discard that. But the rest of the stem, please do utilize it. You can grate it into your foods, in your pastas, in your salads. You can eat it raw. It's super, super healthy. So again, a lot of people tend to discard a lot of the stems of cauliflower, broccoli, and they don't realize there's so much, you know, nutrient in there as well. So right,
Right.
our soup is already coming together. It's cooking away. Are we able to see it properly on the other? If I swap these two over, you might be able to see this cooking away better.
Yes, we are able to see. Can you just rewind your words again so that all the viewers who have just joined can also know where we have reached and where we started from, please?
Right. Okay. If we start from the beginning, I put on my cutlets ingredients first, the millets and the quinoa, because that takes longer to cook. So we can come back to that. And we've made a start on the ragi soup. It's a very, very delicious soup. And it's a delicious winter warmer that, you know what, it's absolutely delicious with, hold on, something. Okay. Yes, absolutely delicious with toast, bread. You can have it with crispy sweet potato. People don't have breads. You can even make yourself a really nice spicy rotlo. In Gujarati we call it rotlo or a chila or something like that. It tastes really, really nice. So here we go. Our soup is boiling away. Now to this, we're going to add the rest of the cauliflower. To this, we've added our chopped onions, garlic, chopped carrots, cabbage, and now I'm adding the broccoli. And to this, I'm going to add the tomatoes quite late, not right now.
Mhm.
To this, we're adding finely chopped red and green peppers.
Any particular reason for the tomatoes to be added later on?
I just like the little bit of crunch because this is not a tomatoey soup. It's not supposed to be a tomatoey soup. I mean, you can add some tomato puree in the end if you fancy, but I feel not all soups have to have a tomato base. It's nice to enjoy the flavors of our vegetables as well. So we're coming to this now. At any point, if you feel you need to add more salt, at the moment I'm not adding salt because you can add a vegetable stock to this as well, and vegetable stocks have its own salt as well. So at the moment, I'm just reducing the amount of salt I've used in this. Now this is going to come together, it's going to boil over. So while that's boiling, I'm just going to have a quick look on my quinoa and foxtail millet.
Yeah. So it's put in a pressure pan or you are just boiling it in the skillet?
Yes, if I'm just bringing it here.
Yes.
If I show you,
Yeah. Lovely.
you
Yeah.
see the water is really evaporated. And it's
Yeah.
been about 20 minutes. So the water's
Yeah.
nearly evaporated. Now to this, I'm going to add the lentils and the rest of the ingredients because I need this to be a dry. Um, Basically, I should have steamed it, but I find this is quicker and it holds the nutrients. So I
Hmm.
like to do it this way. So to this, I'm going to add, I'll show you what I add to this now.
So once it is boiled, we'll be switching off the flame and keeping it aside and then add lentils.
I've just brought a couple of dana here, the seeds. As you
Yeah.
can see, the foxtail millet is
Yeah.
nice and it's getting softer. My red
Yeah.
quinoa has still got a bite to it because that is the kind of red quinoa it is. It will
It
cook,
takes
but
time.
it'll still have a bit of a bite to it. So I'm going to add a little bit of water to this. I'm adding,
Okay. This is important to know how much they have boiled, and it's important to check in
yeah.
between.
So now to that, I'm adding the red lentils, the mesur dal. Now this is 1.5 cups that I've soaked, same time as I soaked the quinoa, about 4 hours. I've taken the
Hmm.
water out and I'm going to add it to that mixture in a minute.
Again, how much dal have you soaked in how much water?
The dal is 1.5 cups and enough water just to give it a good wash. 2, 3 times you've washed it, and then you
Hmm.
just fill it up about 2 inches above the dal. You're looking at about another 3 cups. That's about all. But because we're going
Hmm.
to discard this water, it doesn't really matter how much water you
Yes.
use. If you've got a larger bowl and soak it, that's perfectly fine. You don't need to be that particular with this one. But yeah, so I've just taken the water out and I'm adding this to our millet.
Mixing them up.
Yes, I'm just mixing it up. I'm going to add another 1/2 cup of water.
Okay.
Okay, I've just lidded that now. And I'm going to get my sweet potato ready while this soup is boiling away as well.
So in a low flame, you are boiling the millets and the quinoa as well as the
Yes, yes,
lentils.
that's right. So the millet is literally 90% cooked already. Quinoa's probably got another 10, 15 minutes. So in those 10,
Hmm.
15 minutes, the dal is going to be cooked as well. And it's going to be nice and
Hmm.
mushed up. So all I'm going to do is peel the sweet potatoes, chop them into little pieces, add it to that. So this will be like steamed um, potato, and all I'll do is mash it afterwards, and that will be our binding agent for the tikkis. So if you bear with me a second, I'm just going to quickly start peeling this up.
A good combination of proteins and carbohydrates. I can see
That's
it's
right.
so nourishing and it's
I mean,
so
I do
well.
try to, where I can swap the white potato with anything else, I do try my best because trying to eliminate as much white potato out of our diet is very good. I usually use a little bit of mogo as well,
Mm-hmm.
cassava, which is very, very
Cassava.
handy.
Mm.
So sometimes I add half sweet potato and half cassava. So with that, it really does help and it gives a lovely, strong binding as well. So this is exactly what I do is just try to add extra where we can, take out the ingredients that don't need to be there, to be honest. And if we can swap them with more high protein, low glycemic, high
Yeah.
fiber,
Yeah.
it gives our food the nutrients it needs without taking away the wow factor as well. Because these cutlets, in the end, you'll think, wow, these are going to look so nice, even served to guests or eaten at parties or something. And who would think that they're just so super nutritious, you know?
True. And so warm as well. In fact, coming from the job in the winter and then having a this kind of a soup is so enriching, I would say. Enriching the soul
Absolutely.
as well and feeling I can feel the aromas when the steam is coming out from the pan actually.
Yes. Yes, all my equipment here is going to get very steamed up in a minute.
And the peeled sweet potatoes, I think, are ready to be taken up
Yes,
now.
I mean, yeah, I mean, there are the other pink sweet potatoes you can get in the market. Sometimes I can just scrub the skin off a little bit with
Mm.
quite a rough scrubber and use the skin as well. And sometimes you can't use the skin all the time, but where you can use the skin in vegetables, you should. Lot of nutrients in the skin and just beneath the skin.
Yeah, but properly washed. It should be washed
Yes,
very, very well.
absolutely. Properly washed,
Yeah,
absolutely. This is why if
yeah,
it's sometimes the pink sweet potato that we get, the Indian one, the skin is so thin, so a good scrub and you sort of taken off the excess.
yeah.
And
Nowadays,
I
it's
do
a
that with,
season of sweet potatoes in India,
yes,
actually. Yeah.
sweet potato, sakaria.
Yeah. And in India, the
Yeah,
chart of sweet potatoes is pretty famous in the streets. So nowadays, a lot of hawkers are there. You can see sweet potato charts is
that's
ready. A warm, warm thing. Nourishment is there and
right.
warmth as well as taste. So here you
So
have chopped, I can
as you
see.
can see,
Yeah.
I've chopped it all up and I've tried to chop them all up in the same size because this is going to cook together with the rest of the ingredients.
Okay.
We want it all to cook together. We don't want large pieces and uncooked pieces. So, and plus
Mm,
now the water in that mixture is going to be as less as possible. So I want it to cook in the steam. So therefore the pieces need to be all equal. So that's our chopped sweet potatoes. I'm going to add it to the quinoa and the lentil mix now, the foxtail millet and the lentil mix, and that's all going to come together. And I'll show you what I do with that later.
sure. So as the millets are steaming up with the lentils, we have added sweet potatoes as a binding material, which will be again steamed and cooked up together on a low flame to prepare the yummy cutlets. And on the other side, we have the soup, which is ready.
What I'm going to do, I'm
Yeah.
just going to swap these two over. I'm just going to bring this here so you guys can see that there's literally no
Wow.
water in here anymore. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Even the lentils were just sitting on the top and they're
Hmm.
practically cooked. So they're
Hmm.
practically nice and just cooked. So now the sweet potato is going to take on any other excess water or moisture that's left in here. It'll finish off cooking. The whole process will finish and get together. So I don't need to worry about this cutlet being too watery or mushy and having the
Hmm.
stress of adding other ingredients to dry up and soak up the cutlets.
Hmm.
If we
Hmm.
a little bit careful at this stage, it makes our life a bit easier later on. So as you can see, it's all mixed together. I'm just going to lid that and the sweet potato will steam and cook beautifully without it getting too over mushy. And I'm just going to lid that and we'll come back to that in a bit.
So the consistency is very important. How much water you need to add, it's very important because
Absolutely,
that will,
absolutely. It's why it's
yeah,
important because today we're not making a curry or a, obviously it's like rice,
true.
isn't it? If we just want it all nice and cooked but separate as well.
Hmm.
So then we can
Hmm.
add to
True.
some. Our
Yeah.
soup is coming together.
Yeah. I can see the yummy boiling soup
Yes,
with bell peppers and
all the peppers and everything
carrot.
has come together. So now, depending on how you enjoy your soups, if you want this to be completely soft, where you don't even need to chew it, then you can continue to cook this with the water. But if you like a little bit of bite in your soup and you want the soup and you still want a bit of bite, then at this stage you can start adding the flowers and the rest of your herbs and spices. So to this, if you
Hmm.
remember, we've only just added salt, pepper, lasan, garlic, and Black pepper.
Onion, black
Yeah,
pepper.
onion. Yeah,
Yeah.
herbs white. Yeah, we've not added
Yeah.
anything else. What we're going to add now is a little bit of jeera powder, ground jeera powder, just half a teaspoon. Again, this is a
Cumin seed.
warming soup. Yeah, cumin seed. This is a warming soup. So we don't, cumin is a coolant. It's not thermogenic. So less on the cumin. So we're adding a little bit of amchur powder to this.
Dry mango.
Yeah,
Dry
dry
mango
mango.
powder. It is
So
quite
give it
sour
a
and it'll give a soury taste. Yeah.
lovely little soury taste. To this, we're also going to add, if you're a red chili powder eater and you like the spice, you can add it here. I personally don't like it, so I don't add red chili powder. But we've got
Hmm.
dhania powder, half a spoon of
Coriander.
coriander.
Coriander seed powder. Right.
So as you can see, we've added no sugar, we've added no sweetness to this. If you're
Hmm.
one of those people, if you've got a sweet tooth and you can add a little bit of gur, but not raw sugar or anything.
Jaggery.
But it doesn't, yeah,
Okay.
jaggery. But don't, honestly, because the vegetables, it'll just have such a lovely taste without it. So now what
Yeah.
I'm going to do, I've
So
got,
if somebody likes chili, so he can add red chili flakes as
you
well
can add
into
red
it?
chilies, you can add chopped green chilies. But for me, it's like you're having a soup that sort of coats your throat.
Students.
And chilies, yeah, sometimes chilies can have that wrong effect.
Hmm.
So, so this is my ragi flour. I'm
Okay.
using 2 teaspoons. I'll put this here. Can you see that all right? I'm
Yes,
using
yes.
2 tablespoons of ragi flour
Okay.
and 1 tablespoon of bajra atta flour as well. Now,
Okay.
to this, I'm just going to turn this into a paste. I'm going to add some water to it, turn it into a paste, and then add it to my soup. So I've just added some water. I'm going to turn it into a paste. So if I added the flour direct into the water, it'd get all clumpy.
Yeah. So
So
to prevent that clumpiness,
yeah,
the paste is
that's it.
important to be prepared
Yeah,
first.
just
Yeah.
turn it into a little slurry, little paste, and you don't have to worry about the quantity of your water because we're going to add more water to this anyway.
Hmm.
So just wait a couple of minutes for all the flour to absorb into the water. So you've got no lumps left. Just push your spoon to the side. There we go. So it's practically no water. Now, when you make other vegetable soups and stuff like that, at this stage, this kind of flour is not added. A lot of people add cornstarch, vegetable stock.
Yeah.
But when we add flours like this to the soup, we're just elevating that soup and turning it into a bowl of full of nutrition. And this is a very good soup for people on diets as well because it obviously activates your agni, it activates your
Hmm.
digestive system. And as you notice, we added no extra processed fats. There's no oil in here. Now, if you're somebody who are adding fat to your diet, you can add good fats, like your extra virgin olive oil. You've got avocado oil, you've got sesame oil, but these are kind of oils that you add on top. You don't need to heat
True.
them. You don't need to turn them, into the triglycerides. The oils turn into sun. All we're doing now, this is turned into a nice soupy slurry. We're going to add it straight in here, and as we're adding it, we're going to keep it moving. If you're not
Mm-hmm.
confident at this stage, you can take it off the gas. You can switch the gas off, and because if you're not fast, it can turn into a lump as well. So all we're doing, we're adding this and we're moving and stirring as we go along. As you can see, no clumps, no lumps, but the thickness has already started.
Yeah.
Right, so we need a little bit more water to this. We are making the soup. So I'm going to add another half a bowl of water. I'm just using the slurry that
The
we had in this bowl, just washing that out. There we go.
yeah.
Now at this stage, you can taste your flavors, your herbs. You can You can turn this into a Mediterranean style soup as well. Have your oregano, have your
Hmm.
thyme. You can
Yeah, that's what
turn
I
it
was about to ask you. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you can turn it any
Please carry
flavor you
on.
want.
Hmm.
But this
So if oregano and thyme has to be added, it has to be added now at this
you can add
stage,
it now,
right?
yeah, you can add it now. If you've got
Hmm.
fresh, you can add it anytime. If you've got dry
Hmm.
herbs, then you can add it at this stage.
Even fresh
So
coriander leaves can
yes,
be a little bit added to
fresh
it.
coriander leaves, yes, fresh coriander leaves, parsley, anything fresh. I'm just going to
Yeah.
have a quick taste of this. Now, it definitely needs more salt, which I'm going to add
Okay.
half a teaspoon because the flour itself is going to need that flavor as well. And for me, it's just yum. I don't need to add anything to this. It's just got all the flavors I need because the vegetables have its own flavors as well. And if we
Hmm.
overpower it with too many herbs and spices, we're losing that taste from every bite we're going to have with those tiny little pieces of vegetables. So I'm going
Hmm.
to let this boil over for about 5 minutes, then add the tomatoes. So for me, adding the tomatoes is when the soup is ready to eat. Because I personally like if I'm not making a tomato-based soup, I want to crunch on the tomatoes. I don't want
Hmm.
it in the soup. So today my soup is not a tomato-based soup. It's just a soup with tomatoes on top. So that's
Yeah.
cooking away. I'm going to have a quick look at the foxtail millet and the quinoa. So bear with me a second.
So as the soup is ready with so many spices, herbs, as you can add, if you wish, depending upon what kind of flavors and tastes you want, and what is your mood and what your tongue is yearning for, you can add up those kind of spices.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. I mean, mixed herbs and a stock cube. I mean, if you make stock at home, vegetable stock at home, that also you can add to this. It enhances all the flavors. So, these are one of those things that you can make it to how you prefer and what time of the day you're going to eat it. Sometimes, if we're having a soup for lunch, we don't want it too fussy because it's more a quick thing, just nourishing. If we want to have a soup for dinner time in the evening, we just want to make it a little bit more special because it's warming, you're calming down for the evening, you're adding all those
Yeah.
extras. So yeah, so make it how you want, what your mood is and how you want to enjoy it. That's what I say. But if you stick to
Yeah.
the basics, especially the flours, the ragi and that,
Hmm.
absolutely delicious. But you can see
Yeah, I can
the
see the
ragi isn't
thickness and
fully,
the richness. Yeah.
yeah, so it's not even fully cooked yet the thickness is already there. So,
Mhm. Yeah.
I mean, if you like crispy mushrooms on top, you can have croutons on top. The other day I made it, I warmed up some peas in a pan and some
Hmm.
chickpeas. I just sort of crisped them up with a little bit of spice. And once my soup was ready, I just popped it on top. So when you're eating, you can have a little
Wow.
crunch. So things like that, little additions, and you're sorted. So there we go.
That's really lovely.
That's
Yeah.
cooking.
And Chef D, what is your advice? So suppose if we have older people at home who cannot chew, or there are some dental issues with senior citizens and aged people, then what are your alternatives for the same
So
recipe?
same
What?
thing at this stage that we're at, just pop your hand blender in and give it a blend.
Okay.
No problem whatsoever. Give it a blend. And if you're making it for older people and you think, they need a little bit more nourishment rather than just vegetables, then add a little bit
Hmm.
of lentils in that as well. Cook it all together, blitz it up. When you take it out in your bowl, put a tiny bit of coconut cream. You can put little pieces of avocado, which is, easy to munch on. They're not
Hmm.
like bite size things like that. So it gives them the nourishment. They are full with it as well, and we know they've had everything. They've had the lentils, they've had the carbohydrates, they've had the protein, the fiber, and then on top of that, the warmth that they're getting from the bajri and the ragi. Sometimes when we cook for our parents and we cook for the elderly in our family, we always have to bear in mind that they are nourished with everything, because vegetables can go through them very, very fast. So we do need to bear in mind that the fiber intake, low glycemic as well, and obviously high protein, which in vegetarian food, people always say, oh, it's difficult to find the protein, but if you do it correctly, there's protein in everything. We just add too much carbohydrates, so we lose that protein content. That's all. Our food has so much protein in it that there's no problem whatsoever. But yes, look, as we're getting along here, if you were to blitz this now, and it'll be a nice smooth soup, and garnish it how you want. This is it. It's done.
So what tips do you have for the kids if we have to give it to the kids? And I know you have been doing a lot of school program with a lot of school children, and especially on millets. So millets being the
I'm adding the
superfood.
tomatoes in now. Yes, I'm
Yeah.
adding my tomatoes in now. So again, with children,
Lovely too.
it's like if you feel that your children won't eat this because they can see the vegetables, and these kind of foods are perfect to hide the vegetables, because like I said, we can just blitz it all together, turn it into, a different color. You can add a little bit of beetroot in that, turn it nice and bright red, be a bit more creative, that they would enjoy it without without seeing the vegetables. And that's the secret, isn't it? Trying to hide as many vegetables as you can without them seeing, and they'll eat it. I mean, I've got so many children in my family as well. If you hide the onions and peppers, they won't know they're eating onions and peppers. But yeah, that's the secret. Just try to hide them. I do that a lot in my curries as well. The onions, peppers, beetroot. If I blitz it at the beginning and put it into the base of the curry, children don't know what they're eating, but the flavors are amazing. So they've not got the crunch. A lot of children don't like onions. They've not got the crunch of the onions or the peppers. But we know as parents that they're definitely eating it.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, we have our Lata with us, and she has probably some question. I guess Global
Hello,
Namaste,
Lataji.
Lata.
Global Namaste, everyone at Healing Our Earth. Some
We
wonderful.
are preparing with the winter's soup, and such a warming and delicious soup I can see. And what are your comments on that, and what questions do you have? Yes, please.
Well, I do agree that it's very practical for the winter months that are ahead of us. So, it's nice to be creative and include all different types of vegetables, including the salad vegetables like onions and tomatoes. And it seems to be a very versatile base soup that you can just adjust, can't you, to your
Absolutely.
allergy conditions.
Yeah, to your allergies, to your palate, to the family, to who's eating it. It's very, very easy to make. And like I said, I mean, we're talking away, otherwise this would have been cooked ages ago. But it's very, very simple to cook. Even the flours that we've used, the ragi and the bajra, doesn't take a long time to cook in the hot water. So I've just switched off. So our soup is absolutely ready to serve.
How
So
long would you say the bajri and the ragi?
no more than 8 to 10 minutes at the max.
And what about men? Do you think it goes well with the men as well? Because they usually, I know the
Men,
Gujarati men, yes, but I'm thinking of like those guys who eat meat and,
maybe as a starter,
Yeah.
as a little appetizer, you'd have to make it a little bit thinner so they don't get too full on it, and serve it with some garlic croutons or another healthy side. Basically, you can have tossed up vegetables, grilled with a little bit of spice, so they can have a bit of soup and have a bit of that as well instead of other starters. So yeah, it all depends. I mean, men are very difficult to cook
Yeah.
for anyway, so
I know a lot
very,
of
very
guys,
difficult.
yeah, they will just look the other way or turn their nose, but they don't know what they're missing.
Yeah, you use the word health with them and they run a mile, don't they?
They like their protein in meat and fish,
Yeah.
No, this is really, really nice to start off them when they're young, and then they
Yeah.
grow up, having this, then they're accustomed to it. And nowadays, it's
In
so,
India, soup, the fashion of having soup before your dinner is very, very prevalent. I've seen it so much. Whenever I go to India, people go to the restaurants and they'll order soup first. And I'm like, oh
Yeah,
my God, what are you ordering that? It's just full of MSG and cornstarch. There's no goodness there.
uh-huh,
Um,
yeah,
true.
yeah.
but when you make soups like this with
Yeah.
goodness, with
I
proper,
mean, the thing is, with buying it at a restaurant, you pay so much, extra, and
yeah,
you're not even getting the nutrients.
no,
And
no, not
you're
at all, not at
treating
all. Not at all. And the thing is that those are the kind of soups people come home and try to replicate, thinking, "Oh, I had that at the restaurant. It tastes nice," but it only tasted nice because your taste buds were overpowered with the MSGs and with all the salts and
Yeah.
the soy sauce, and you
Mm,
get overwhelmed, and that's the only flavor you can remember. But
True.
honestly, something like this, the flavors in here, when you have got natural flavors and you
mm,
understand the difference, start eating this and comparing it to what you would have ate somewhere else, you honestly would prefer this over that all the time. And you'd come home and want to make
yeah.
this because you know what? This actually gives you energy. It does everything. It does what food is supposed to do, isn't it? It's supposed to
Yeah.
nourish you, heal you, and that's what
You
it
can
does.
even, I suppose, add pearl barley to it.
Yeah, yeah, you can.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely. It's
that's
one of
very
those things, very
nourishing and
versatile, isn't it? Yeah, very,
full of
very versatile.
nutrients.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
add anything
Now
to
I'm
it.
going to have a go at that. I love sweet potatoes. I love masoor dal and I love bajri and all these ingredients. I just adore them. And tomatoes on the top. I love raw,
Exactly.
sort of finished
That's right.
vegetables,
Just
so I can get the crunch and the
exactly.
vitamins still in there.
Yeah,
So
Absolutely.
but this
yeah.
is really nourishing in many, many ways, as well as, and in fact, the concept of having soup as a starter is very important because at the time when you are hungry, your appetite is already releasing a lot of gastric juices, and your brain is
Absolutely.
also wanting something, and at that time these herbs with the vegetables basically add up a lot in your diet, and they help you in igniting your fire and digestion. That will help in giving you a lot of nourishment, and you probably can digest the food and also relish it much more. And yeah, we have our founder and director Neil Kumar with us with some comments of what soup is going to have today. Over to you, Neil Kumar.
Thank you, Amrita. Global Namaste to you and Chef
Global
D.
Namaste.
Global Namaste.
Chef D, we have got two questions from the social media. I'll say both of them and then you can answer them one by one. Kanta from Sunderland says, due to health reasons, she uses bottle gourd, which is called Dudi in East Africa or Loki in India.
Yeah.
How can she make it exciting? And can she use the similar recipe but swap sweet potatoes with bottle gourd? So that's Kanta in Sunderland.
Absolutely. She can.
Then the next question is Suzanne from Illinois in United States of America. She is from the pumpkin state of America, and she wants to use pumpkin instead of sweet potatoes because it's readily available there. And how can she make it tasty, exciting without making it spicy and hot? So over to you with both the questions. I think they're both interesting. Let's maybe
Yeah.
answer them as best as we can, so maybe they can learn something from us. Over to you, Sefti.
Absolutely. So the question regarding the Loki, the Dudi, obviously, yes, you can add that, grate it in. You don't even need to wait till it's properly mashed or cooked because Loki can be eaten raw as well. So it can just touch the heat. Once the other ingredients are cooked, you can grate your Loki. We always tend to take the water out of Loki. So if you did that previously and added that water to the part of the water you need to cook the millets and the quinoa, So you're still using the nutrients of the loki. You're not discarding any good nutrients. And then add that loki back into it, finish it off. And that can be, but you will still need a slight binder because loki is not starchy. You won't get that starchiness that you need. So if you want to avoid any kind of potatoes, I would go for tapioca, cassava. You can have a little bit of tapioca starch in there later on when it cools down, or you can have fresh tapioca, chop it up into small pieces and add that to your cutlets or your tikkis and that will give you a nice binder as well. If you can't get hold of that, the last resort would be flattened rice, poha we call it in Indian. So flattened rice, cooked flattened rice. If you add that, that's a fantastic binder as well. So yeah, I think the binding will be the issue, but you can use loki. It's not a problem whatsoever. Because I've made this recipe loads of times with zucchinis as well. I just tend to use the water into the cooking process as well, rather than discarding it. Yes.
And with the pumpkins.
Yes, the other question, pumpkins, they cook very, very fast and they hold a lot of water. So I would put the pumpkins in fine at the same style we've put the sweet potato, and pumpkins are a binder, but I wouldn't let them continue to cook too much. Just let them steam up with the rest, or unless you steam it separately and then add it, but pumpkin will hold a lot of water. So just bear that in mind. So you might need a dry binder afterwards. And again, the dry binder could be tapioca starch, cornstarch, it could be dried cooked rice flour or the poha. So when you're making something that you need to finish off in a tight form, then you need that binding. That's the only difference. So yeah, pumpkins are lovely, absolutely tasty as well. They'll add so much to that dish, but pumpkins hold a lot of water. That's the only thing.
So do you suggest that the pumpkin should be added a bit later? The less it cooks,
Yes,
the
right
more
at the end.
crunchy.
Yeah, you know when we added the sweet potato into the dish. So once the dish is completely cooked, pop the pumpkins in. This is if you've got the time for that. If you've not, and you want to steam it separately, just give it a quick 5-minute blast with steam, then add it to your mixture. I'll be showing that mixture later, and add it to that mixture at that time when it's cooled down. So then the pumpkin doesn't release its own waters back into that mixture. But yes, pumpkin can be used.
And the other question, Suzanne from Illinois was asking, she likes it spicy without being spicy. Now, what she's trying to say, I guess, is that she don't want it too spicy where she starts sweating, but she wants to get that taste. Which ingredient would you say? Would you say maybe cinnamon, clove? Which would be your favorite ingredient she can add so
Cloves are
that
very, yeah, cloves are very pungent, very, very strong flavor. You can use obviously black pepper, white pepper.
Black
They're
pepper.
yeah, black pepper, white pepper, little bit of cinnamon. You can use, there are loads of different types of chilies. You don't need to use our bullet chilies and serrano chili. There are other chilies as well. Cayenne
Pine
pepper.
pepper as well. Yeah.
Okay, you can add a little bit of cayenne pepper and you can add a little bit of Kashmiri red chili pepper. The one that's not spicy, you can buy them in the markets. So they will give you a slight heat, but not burning heat. You won't find your lips burning or so they'll give you a nice undertone of heat without that spike. But there are loads of chilies out there that haven't got heat. Thai red chilies as well. They're not very spicy, so you can chop them up finely into that as well. So yeah, you can get your heat from herbs and spices as well, but just picking the right ones. But cloves, I would stay away from cloves if you don't like your spice, because that can overpower everything if you're not comfortable with cloves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay,
Any
so
other question?
Kanta, there you are. You can use your loki, your dudi, or your bottle gourd, what you say. It could be exciting, maybe a bit more pulses so that you get a bit of taste in it. I think Chef D was using masoor dal, but you can use maybe a stronger pulse so you get a bit more taste on it. So that's for
Yes,
you, Kanta.
you can use you know how we make falafels with chickpeas? So use cooked chickpeas, dry them out, and just sort of either crush them in the blender slightly or just with the back of a fork and then add that. So you'll get a crunch as well, rather than that mushy feeling. So you can use all different types of pulses as well, legumes pulses. So it's not a problem.
Yes, and Shefti, you mentioned cassava, which is a exotic tuber family, which is a potato
Yeah,
family.
yeah.
I think that is more stronger than sweet potato. It takes longer time to cook. So if you like crunchy, if you want to eat your soup rather than savor it in a drinking form or sipping form, maybe cassava could bring more taste to
Yeah,
it.
you can add cassava to the soup too. Finely chopped cassava. Just when we added the carrots, it would cook beautifully. Cassava and water, when you boil it together, it cooks just as fast as potatoes and any other vegetables. But cassava, when you steam it, it needs a little bit more time to steam than potatoes. If you're going to use it in dry things like tikkis and stuff like that, without it holding any water. But if you're going to add it to the soup, just chop it up into fine pieces and away you go. Beautiful.
Now you said you you didn't use oil, or you like not using oil too much. What is
Mm.
your what is your substitute so that you don't miss out in that bit of oily touch? What do you use to make it so that you don't feel you missed out on it?
Right. Okay. So if somebody says to me that I like my oil because, and the first thing I said, okay, you like your oil, why? Does it look good? Does it taste good? It doesn't actually taste good. It just makes your dish look shinier, and it actually overpowers and takes away a lot of the flavors. It covers up the flavors. It covers up your palate as well. So therefore, you're adding more salt and everything. So I say to them, okay, have this without the oil, and I'll give you something with oil in it, but the oil will be on top in the end as a garnish. And those are cold pressed oils, extra virgin oils, things that won't be harmful to our bodies, things that our bodies are going to digest correctly, use its own properties as well in the right way, because fats are important, but the correct fats. So if you have to make a curry with an oil, then use either coconut oil, olive oil, but not extra virgin olive oil, the second pressed olive oil. You've got sesame oil, you've got groundnut oil. Those get a little bit heavier depending on the curry you're making or the food you're making. But I always say if you can avoid it, avoid it. If you've got the right cooking equipment that can cook food without oil, then you cook it without it. Honestly, you will see a massive difference. And when you sit down to eat, either put a little knob of butter on it, a little drizzle of cold pressed oil, and that will definitely give you that texture that you've always been fond of, but it won't ruin your health. And each and every drop of that fat is going to do its job. So that's my advice to everybody.
And shall we say to people who have started, the manufacturers particularly using palm oil, shall we say try to avoid that definitely? Would you agree with that?
100%, 100%. I mean, to be honest, there's nothing wrong with palm oil. It is an MCT oil, but the process of palm oil, and by the time we get it, there's no goodness left in it. So if you can get cold pressed palm oil, fine, go for it. I'm not going to say palm oil is bad. Palm oil is just as good as coconut oil, but we don't get that good palm oil. If you live in a country where they are processing palm oil, then you can get cold pressed. That's fine. But unfortunately, this part of the world, we get everything highly processed.
So that's interesting. We'll keep on continue our chat here. Shefti, while the things are cooking and you're coming back in a moment, but stay around. Let's leave London now. India, where Amrita is, London, where you are, UK is where you are. Let's move to South America in Ecuador, where our Priscilla is waiting, our smiling Priscilla, and she is our resident tea expert. She's not only just a tea expert, she actually designs menus with afternoon teas, morning teas, evening teas. Let's welcome her, and Amrita, let's go on with her while Shefti is getting ready for the next recipe and telling us how the cooking is coming. Maybe she's going to taste the food and get our mouth experts moving over there. So Shefti, let's come back to you in a while.
Yes, I'll swap my recipes over and I'll get prepared for the next one. So
Yes.
I'll see you guys in about an hour.
Superb. Well,
See you at 4 o'clock.
yeah, maybe 45 minutes from now, so you can even talk with Priscilla over there. So thank you, and we'll be back with you in a moment. So we move on to Amrita, we move on to Priscilla, all the way there in Ecuador. And Priscilla, is it buenas, it's not tardes, it's morning, isn't it? You are muted, so if you unmute yourself. Priscilla, if you can hear us, you are muted. Unmute yourself, please. Yeah.
So we are moving from UK to Ecuador with Priscilla.
Hola.
Buenos
Good morning.
dias.
Yes.
Hola, good morning, good evening, good day.
Fantastic. We've got you. You always come with a very good idea of teas and the kind of variety of the teas you are. So Amrita, go ahead and let's chit chat with Priscilla. Over to you both.
Thank you very much, Neil.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil. Global namaste to you, Priscilla, and a very good morning. And
Global namaste for you too.
as you are the queen of teas, known for your
Thank
teas,
you.
so many
Thank you.
teas and flavors, and people remember you for that. What flavors do you have for us today? And also because it's morning at your place, so all the viewers who are watching us probably would like to prepare tea today in the morning with your tea recipe. So what is there? Please let us know. And I can see so many beautiful kettles behind. And this seems to be really sweet, nice, and exotic. So please go ahead.
I'm very, thank you very much. Thank you very much, you guys, for the invitation and for the opportunity of letting me share my tea, because this is my passion. And I hope I can transmit something extra special for you guys. This time, I know it is well known that during now autumn and winter, we tend to prefer hotter beverages. So that beverage usually can be black tea. Maybe during summer or spring, we prefer herbal teas or green tea, white teas, but especially during cold weather, we have the tendency to prefer black tea. Very special black teas in a different way. I must say, those teas are special because the way they were manufactured. Those teas belong to Sri Lanka, to a fabric called Lumbini. I really recommend them. They have a special passion for fabricating, manufacturing very special teas. So all of them are black. And I think we should give ourselves the opportunity of tasting them straight. I mean, no water, nothing but water, not milk, not lemon, not sugar at first. If we decide to do this later, is our choice, of course. With the ingredients the chef was talking about, maybe extra pepper or ginger or cinnamon, and with some milk and honey and sugar. Of course, this mix will keep us warm. But I would like to invite you guys to try those teas pure, with water only. The first one I would like to show you, and that's why I choose some utensils transparent with no color. I don't know if you guys are able to see this one. Is it okay? Let me see if I can show it better. I'm afraid to break it.
Yes, we can see it clearly. Fantastic. Yes.
Okay, this is like a rose, a kind of flower made with black tea, leaves only. So I was trying to make sure my water was hot enough for black teas. One thing you guys must know, we all must know, it's that black tea needs to be prepared in higher water temperature, maybe 85 centigrades. So we will have an extra heat drinking those teas. I will prepare this one and I will let it be, and some magic will happen here, and I will let you know, guys, later. This will be a little surprise. Oh, I'm sorry. Just let me accommodate it here, this beautiful flower, and will be ready for us. Okay, the second, I must say, tea I have for you guys, it's a special black tea too. This one is called Juda Chakra. It is important to remember that these teas are all handmade. So I don't know if it's clear or no, those teas are perfect rings. And these rings are handmade from black tea leaves. So I would like to show you some of them and the preparation. Sorry. As we are using hotter temperatures with water, we need to be careful, because if you leave the tea in contact with water for too long, it will be a little bit bitter. So it is okay if you constantly sip by sip your tea until you are ready. The flavor is okay. It's an healthy exercise. So here we are, an amazing caramel color of black tea from my first infusion. And I'm going to touch this with my hands, this one, because I would like to show you once that it is wet, maybe we'll be how this is done with just a couple whole tea leaves. It's very beautiful. I might leave it for a little longer so they can be more open. Let's check how the surprise is going. Can you see how this is getting open? It will be a tea flower later. Those teas, like I was saying, are very special, and I think we can enjoy them very much. Please, if you have any comments or things that you would like to know, I'm more than available. So we have Keshari, we have Lura Chakra, and there's another tea very, very special that I want to show you guys. I choose a glass so we can see what happened with those teas when they get open. I don't know how well it can see on camera, but this is a little flower. It's like a rose. It is not very easy to see now, but I hope they can open and we can see how beautiful they can be. And in meantime, those teas are getting ready. We need to know that we need to be patient with our teas. Sometimes we are more used to tea bags, and they can be useful because you can have a straight tea fast. And when we are drinking whole tea leaves, we need to take at least 4 to 5 minutes to the leaf can gives all the nutrients and healthy substances, natural substances it has on it. So let me see if we have a brain can be open enough so I can show you. They are very okay. I don't know if it's more clear to see here. Let me use a white screen behind. How this circle is formed from just 2 or 3 tea leaves, rolled, handmade rolled, and put together. This is very beautiful. And another one, Keshari, how it's developing into a black flower tea. So those teas are very visual too. And the roses, they are still taking a time. As I know, those teas take a time to be prepared. I wanted to show you some other very special black tea. I will show you like this first. I don't know if you can see it. Please let me. I don't want to take it with my hands. As you can see, this is a heart. It's a heart-shaped pressed tea. It has black tea leaves and roses, and it's pressed together, and it is a very beautiful, special shape. I like to use it during cold days because you are going to need extra hot water. So the thing with this tea is that you can put it in a big kettle or in a big jar, and you can add water and have different teas in every time you taste it. Because if you add extra hot water, the flavor will change, and you leave it longer, the flavor will change. And like this, so we can try, we can experiment. And I would like to show you how the tea is started to change, and it's still hard, it's getting bigger, it's getting hydrated, and we can see now the flowers, the roses it has on it. So I think it's perfect for this kind of weather. We can mix it a little, and we can have this beautiful, amazing color black tea has. Waiting still for all other teas, I would like to show you a very special black tea. As you can see, more than black tea, it looks like golden. Why a black tea will look in this color golden? Because this one is especially made with just the tips of the plant, just the finest, youngest tips of the tea plant. So it has this tea has extra caffeine, extra key, very much extra key, and all the nutrients are present in the youngest leaves of the plant. So I would like to prepare some for you, so we can see how beautiful the color can be. And with black teas, we need to be patient. I was saying. So maybe now we can try to see on one of those beautiful roses. Let me pick some. Here. Okay. Maybe this is not very easy to see, but I'm trying to open this little rose.
Yeah.
And at the end, well, this is what ties the road, what keeps it together. And beautifully, this one open in a perfect leaf tea, A1 tea leaf, that is hand rolled and then hand tied with another tea leaf. It's beautiful. For me, it's one of my favorite black teas. It's like drinking a bouquet of flowers. So I would like to serve it to you guys and see the beautiful color that it has. It's very golden. It's very respectable from a wonderful quality tea. It presents sparkles, and it's very transparent, a very transparent liquid. The smell is very classic. Is like maltose. It's very maltose and tastes like, it smells like brown sugar. So I hope I can enjoy with you guys sometimes this beautiful tea. So cheers for you. It's a great tea, very warming. Wow. very with a lot of ki. It makes you awake. So let's try with the other beautiful one. Let me see if I can get a circle that can be opened. Those are not very easily, but probably you can see how this is formed for many leaves united together.
Yeah.
Important, like I say, very important to remember that all of those are handmade. It's getting easier like this, isn't it? Now it's easier to see.
So they made it like a rope, and then from the rope, twisting the rope, and then they are tying it and making a ring. Wow, beautiful.
Yes, so it's very handicraft teammates. The liquid, it's beautiful. It's clear. It's transparent. It's shining. It sparkles, and maltose aroma. It's unquestionable. Cheers for you. It's a very beautiful tea.
Cheers.
So I was going to maybe the rose tea, the rosebud tea can be seen in a better way now.
Yeah.
Okay. It's difficult to explain without seeing it, but it's like a huge black flower in your teapot. So again, it's going to have this liquor can be lighter, or a little bit lighter. I'm sorry, but this is still clear, transparent, and it has sparkles, which is what we expect from high quality. I'm sorry, black tea. So
wow,
we have amazing teas, or hard tea. It's not hard anymore. It is dissolved. It is dissolved. So probably we will need a strainer for drinking better. Like I said, the longer you let the tea dissolve, the flavors will be changing. And last but not least, I would like to show you. You remember here we have the golden tea.
Yeah.
And I prepare this tea bowl. It is handmade. We did it with a cousin of mine. She's a ceramic artist, and we work together.
That's nice.
In this one.
Wow.
I don't know if you can see there's a flower inside.
Yeah, it's a beautiful flower inside, actually.
It's a very
really
beautiful flower inside. We work it together in this tea bowl, and I was waiting a nice opportunity for use it for the very first time, and I'm very happy I could do it with you guys, and I'm very excited because we decide the bowl to be all white so we can see the colors of the tea. So this golden tea has a very beautiful color.
Yeah. And the rose,
So
the flower inside is
will
beautiful.
be my recommendations.
Yeah, the flower is looking so beautiful inside. And
Thank you.
Yes, that's giving another, it's enhancing the emotional touch of having a tea, actually. So it is so beautiful.
Yes.
And could you tell us, I can see so many leaves and the way it is being made. So is there any important significance why they are rolled in a rose form or they are rolled in a ring form, which I can see? Any particular reason why they are like that, or it's just for enhancing the appearance?
One of the characteristics of the distinguishments of these tea fabric, it's innovate. So they make sure they have black tea, and they put an extra effort in shape. So they keep creating. Let's try with flowers because we are during spring, no, summer. So let's try with flowers, with roses or with kashari, that is this beautiful big flower. And I think circles are important in many of our cultures. Circles, cycles. So tea going back to earth, tea coming from earth, going into us. So they want great black teas, but they want to put the extra effort in beauty, and giving us beauty, not just leaving your tea and your teapot and forgetting to appreciate it, because tea is a visual experience too. So I can use a white one or a colored one, but I will miss all the rose bouquet I have in here. So I think they have extra plans for those teas.
Okay. So I have another question for you. Do these tea leaves need a special container to be preserved? Do they they will lose the aroma if they are not packed up properly, or is it okay to preserve them just in any containers, or they need a special container to be preserved?
Okay, tea in general needs to be kept in special bags. Please let me show you one of those. I don't want to show the brand, but these bags are food grade. So they are especially made for food. They have an inside that conserves aroma and prevents light to damage your tea. So not just those teas, but all your teas. I recommend to keep it like in these bags. And if you have a bag like this and also a can, will be better, because humidity, light, and other aromas are your tea's enemy. Sometimes we do something like I'm going to put my favorite things here. So I have my ginger, I have my chocolate, I have my cinnamon, and I have my tea, my black tea or green tea. But when you drink this tea, it will have parts of all the other things, you put them together. So I recommend not only those teas, but every tea you have to keep it like in a bag, and the bag into a tin.
That's a very important thing. And the teas that you have shown right now, are there any recommendations of a particular time? Because we see there are so many teas that can make you refreshed, but there are so many teas that are quite relaxing, and people advise them to take at night because they're pretty calming. So, is there any
Mhm.
special advice from your side for our viewers? What time these teas can be taken, and what is special timing to take them? Yes, over to
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Last since we were talking about keeping warm during winter, so I can recommend those teas maybe until tea of 5 o'clock tea. You can have breakfast with those teas. You can have a midday break. Lunch, of course, will be very digestive, and until 5 o'clock tea. If you are very sensitive to caffeine or tannin, you can have green teas or white teas or maybe herbal teas.
Okay. And do you advise if sometimes people like to have milk with it? So do you advise adding up milk into any of them, or they should not be taken with any of the milks? May it be
Well,
soya milk or
these
may it be almond milk?
well these
Yes.
teas are very special. So I think it will be unfair if we do not taste them at least 1 cup alone by themselves. I mean,
Mm,
a bouquet of roses, I think
roses.
is very important to make. You can have the first cup
Mm,
of the first
mm,
bowl, just water and tea, and then of
mm,
course you can decide if you add sugar, milk, any kind of milk, any kind of sweetener. But believe me, they are naturally sweet enough for enjoying
mm,
in the way they are. There's no rules for enjoying tea. Sometimes we have rules when we are in a technical tasting.
mm.
That's the moment for the rules. This is not a technical tasting. This is a time from enjoying tea. So even if the bouquet is so beautiful as it is, if you can try a couple drops of milk, it won't kill you, neither the tea. So the rule is enjoy it.
Mm. And I can see there are special pots you have kept for every tea. There is a special pot. Is there any special technique why they have been used by you? Or because at home, everybody can't have so many pots to use the teas. So, any special recommendations you have for our viewers to buy something for the
Okay.
tea? Or, yes.
Well, I'm very happy. Like I said, I'm very happy to share all the teaware I have. I choose this utensil. This utensil is Chinese. It's called Gaiwan. I decided to use it for the bouquet flowers. So in the way we prepare, we can see it requires a technique to use a Gaiwan properly. So, but if you don't have a Gaiwan, you don't have to worry. Um, it's always useful to have a transparent, a crystal tea, because a teapot, because some teas are very beautiful to see. So,
Okay.
but this is not difficult at all to wear. If you don't
Mm,
have so many things, what you need is a place for receiving your tea, a tea bowl, a big one, a small one, a teacup, a big one, a small one. You need something to receive your tea. You need something to prepare your tea. like a teapot, like a white, like I want, like another teapot. But it's very important to have something to strain your tea.
Mm.
I don't know if I'm making any sense. You are going to prepare, you need a place where water and tea are together. When time is enough, you serve your tea, but you can strain it. So the leaves can keep here, and you have a place for receiving your tea and drinking it. It's like most of the teaware is based on. Shapes change, colors and designers change, but I think those are the basic. If you don't have all this teaware, you need a strainer, your favorite teacup, and your favorite teapot.
Wow, a favorite teacup and a favorite teapot. And I also have Riddhi with me, who is our resident contributor. She has been a host, a yoga practitioner, as well as a meditation expert as well. And she is a lovely girl whom I know personally as well. And Riddhi, I would like you to ask a couple of questions from Priscilla. But before that, could you please tell me which is your favorite tea and which kind of tea do you drink to relax yourself? Over to you. Thank
Global
you.
Namaste. Thank you for the
Global
lovely introduction,
Namaste.
Amrita. Sounds amazing. Global Namaste, Priscilla. It was fantastic to see some of the preparations with all those fantastic teas. And one of the questions that I actually had for you was about the different colors. Like we can see the different colors of teas that you've actually got on show here. I'm actually from the UK, so I don't actually see all of these different colors on a day-to-day basis. But it's fantastic to see the way that you've got the different shapes, the different flowers. Do they have like different properties as well? Like it seems that as a whole, flowers are really grounding. Flowers are there to connect us back to nature. So with the different types of teas that you have, do they have different properties? Do they do different things?
Okay. In this occasion, we are trying black teas. Black tea means that is completely oxidated. Maybe I need to go a little bit back. We call tea only the infusion of the plant Camellia sinensis. So when we say chamomile tea or cinnamon tea, this is an infusion, a chamomile infusion. We call tea only when we have the infusion of the Camellia sinensis plant. Camellia sinensis can be transformed in white, yellow, green, blue, black, and dark teas. So, of course, they have all wonderful properties for your body. They have minerals. They help you with hydration. They boost your immune system. They have catechins. They do have caffeine. Sometimes within caffeine is something bad. It's something unhealthy, but we need to consider that tea has caffeine, and there's also this substance they have called L-theanine. So it makes the caffeine liberates equally. It's not like a ups and down from coffee. So it will make you keep calm and alert.
So it's steady blood sugar levels as well, right? So it keeps you in a nice frame of mind and a nice way of actually just detoxing the body at the same time, right?
Exactly. That's the extra of L-theanine. Some teas, like black teas, like darker teas, they stimulate your liver, so they can be useful when you drink something a little greasy or something too heavy. Black teas, the darker the tea is like warmer, so it will work well with your digestion, with your liver, with your stomach. And green teas, they lighter teas like white, yellow, green, they like wake you up, like it happens with matcha, keeps you fresh.
Yes.
Has an extra key. So we need to remember, like in teas with matcha, we are eating the tea, the tea leaf. So that's why matcha has this extra key in all the teas.
Amazing. So are there particular teas then that help with the
I
digestion?
think there's no tea. I'm sorry?
Were there particular teas that help with the digestive fire? So are there particular teas that perhaps you'd have on an empty stomach, or perhaps you'd have a particular tea after having a heavy meal, or perhaps a lighter meal? So does the teas provide those kind of properties as well?
Yes, well, with black teas, we can help digestion. And
Right.
with darker teas, they are called puer or fermented teas. They are the right ones for digestion. So the darker the tea is more benefit for your digestion.
Okay.
I don't know if I answered what you were asking.
That's a perfectly reasonable suggestion. The reason I'm actually asking is because when people wake up in the morning, sometimes they have higher cortisol levels, and they tend to go straight for those teas or those caffeines, which to give them that boost of energy. But perhaps they can actually do that more naturally by the teas that you're actually talking about here, by what you're actually offering here, in a way that doesn't cause the spikes as we spoke about earlier, but it keeps them sustained. So perhaps it's like a tea that can help them to wake up, that can help them to feel reinvigorated, and that can just keep them balanced. A lot of people tend to think that the way that they start their morning is their mood that they continue into the day as well. So by actually starting the day in a more positive, in a more reinvigorating way, they're able to sustain that for longer.
Yes, exactly. We can have it for a longer time, and we can repeat with more frequently, because it's from some studies, they say it's not healthy to drink more than 4 4 cups of coffee.
Yes.
It won't be drink tea all day. And if your mood is changing, you can pass for a lighter tea or a floral tea or white tea or green tea. So we have more options.
Amazing. And are there different brewing times for different types of teas as well?
Yes, we need to be careful with those. Usually is responsible of the fabricant to have in the bag and tell you the temperature and the time they recommend. But what I recommend is that you keep sipping. Like if you have your strainer still in here, drink it at not. It's not enough. It's not enough. A little bit more. No. So you can connect with your tea and how it changes when you receive the tea from the tea.
Yes. So it keeps the teas fresh without letting them denature too much. So we actually end up getting the best out of them as well, right? Fantastic. Yes. And Rena, I see that you have also joined us. Did you have a question or a comment that you would like to make?
Global Namaste, Rena.
Global Namaste, Dr. Amrita, and everybody else.
I can see you're already in the kitchen, and I think you are quite inspired by Priscilla and ready to make your own teas. What all comments do you have for Priscilla? Over to you.
I am really, really inspired and really awed by the display that I see in your screen, all the different types of tea, all the different colors, and I can really feel your passion for tea. And it's really amazing. It's something that I've encountered people in my life who take tea really take it for granted. And you're one of the few people that I've also encountered in my life that understand the depth of tea and really view it as a ceremony. So thank you for being one of those people and for spreading that around.
Thank you very much. It is an honor for me to share this with you guys. Thank you for letting me be part.
Rena, how many cups of tea do you drink, and which one do you like from Priscilla's cup? Because there's so many magnificent teas with rose leaves, a heart shape, a rose bouquet. So there are so many leaves and in so many shapes and so many beautiful benefits on nourishing basis as well as mental health. So what's your favorite?
Well, I would say two things. First of all, in terms of fermented tea, I actually brew my own kombucha. So I can show you that now if we have a moment for that.
Okay.
Great.
I
You're
have,
preparing kombucha.
yeah, so I make,
Okay.
so here's about 1.5 liters, and I put some fresh turmeric in and fresh ginger in here. And
Okay.
so that it's in its second ferment right now. And
Sounds delicious.
yeah, and here's for the first ferment of the kombucha. So I drink, I try to have fermented foods every day. And if I'm feeling lazy about the food, then kombucha as a fermented tea is my lazy way to make sure I'm getting my probiotics. So that's number one. Number two is I have this big mug. It holds 1/2 liter of liquid. And my goal is once a day that I brew a cup of tea in here. Today it didn't happen. And what it is, it depends. My menstrual cycle is really like a map for my life. So when I'm in the second half of my menstrual cycle, I'm having more detox teas like licorice root, dandelion root, raspberry leaf. Around menstruation, warmer teas. Raspberry leaf might still be in there. And then also lots of cinnamon, ginger, fresh turmeric. And around menstruation, also maybe adding a little bit of milk just because it's really nice and cozy feeling. I also have some fresh local honey that I like to use in tea. And what else do I have? Lemongrass. I have a lemongrass plant here. So, and that's mine. So I use that to make tea. I have rose. I actually have rose water. I don't have any fresh rose petals right now. I have artichoke leaf. I have lavender that also came from my a plant that's mine. So that's more like for nighttime or even right before menstruation. If I'm feeling like extra tense, then I don't like to put too much lavender because then it makes me really sleepy, but just a little bit to calm my nerves. And I have some calendula, and I actually would love to hear what you all have to say. If Priscilla or someone else has any advice about calendula in tea.
Well, calendula as being a flower is always calming. When we add what you are talking about is called tea blending. It's mixing. Sometimes we call it tea alchemia, because we are working like a tea alchemist, trying to find these beautiful new substances. And when you are adding flowers, you are usually adding calm to your blend. So if you add spices, you can add fire, heat, warm. But when you add flowers, you have an extra calm. And you need to, I think it will be important to choose the base of the tea. Because if you use probably a high concentrated black tea and you add flowers like calendula, you will have the properties, but probably you won't feel the flavor. So it's important to balance flavors and qualities of your blends, and try to avoid things that are they are not dry enough. If they are not dry enough, you can moist in a non-healthy way your blends. And when you this is very important, when you prepare a blend, let it together, let it rest I don't know how to say in English, leave it together for at least a week, so the flavors can interact, and you will have a better composition of your blend.
That's
That was
interesting.
really helpful to understand that spices add heat and flowers add calm.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense. I never had it so clearly stated.
And Priscilla, that puts me into one more question, which Elena just pointed out. What recommendations do you have for the woman for menstrual cycles? So, because menstrual time, before menstruation, because of mood swings, and then teas can be one of the very good substitutes for women to work on. And what are your recommendations for teas? For those days, as well as the menstrual days before menstrual cycle and the mood swings. Yes, over to you.
Okay, I will recommend black teas probably when you are if you are feeling tired, because there's a moment when we feel tired. Probably a black tea. If your stomach is not feeling very sensitive, you can have matcha. It will give you extra energy. But if your stomach is sensitive, I can recommend black tea. Also, green tea helps with mood. Let's remember that green tea was discovered by Japanese when they went China for studying Buddhism. So green tea will be really relaxing and calming. And if we want, we can blend any tea we are having with some flowers.
Okay, which flowers do you recommend at this time would be more calming? Like she mentioned about calendula or rose or even lemongrass. What are your preferences? Over to you.
Chamomile, very important. Chamomile mixed with lavender and grass, lemongrass. Lemongrass is very calming.
Oh.
And
Okay.
like it has this beautiful aroma. It's calming and very senses.
Okay. And sometimes, before
But
menstruation.
let's remember. Sorry.
Yeah. Before menstruation, sometimes many sugar cravings happen, So most of the time, the girls want to have some sugar. So what kind of sugary stuff do you recommend to be added in the tea, as per your expertise?
I do not recommend sugar in any tea. It's my preference. But if you have it, if you are very craving for the tea, there are special honeys, honey or citric, some citric honeys. Because there's the extra help from the flower it comes, or from the fruit it's coming.
Yeah, that makes a difference from which fruit or which flower it's coming, actually. So yeah. And when do you advise people to add honey? After a temperature of the tea has gone a little down, or once immediately the tea leaves, when you're adding up water at that time? What is the best time to add up honey?
The best time is when you already separate tea leaves from water.
Okay. That makes
you are preparing like this, then you put your tea aside, and then you add honey, because water with honey will be too thick and won't liberate the properties of the tea leaf.
Okay, that's pretty interesting. And these teas can be taken cold as well, because everybody has their own liking. Some of them, they really want to have a very hot drinks, extremely hot. And some of them, they want the tea to be laid for at least half an hour after preparing and then having it. So what are your recommendations? So how they can be taken, in what ways?
Okay, we can always add some ice It's an easier option. You can ice on those teas. Let's when we add tea, we need to make sure that we have a extra time extracting tea. I mean, like if we are taking 4 minutes with this tea, preparing this tea, like 5.5. So like a longer extraction. So when you add the ice, it won't be loose. Or what I prefer to do is use temperature water, add the quantity of tea, and leave it for tomorrow. And for morning, you will have a very tasty cold tea or iced tea. But it needs to happen in 8 hours during night.
And is that all of the teas that you can leave overnight? Or are there particular types that you would recommend?
I'm sorry?
Is it all of the teas that you can leave overnight and then have it in the morning? Or is it their particular teas that you would recommend?
No, any tea you want. Any tea you want. It's the technique, if you prefer, to prepare it cold. It's cold extraction.
Cold extraction.
Or cold brew. That's how we call it. You leave it, and in 8 hours you will have for morning an amazing tea.
So can you reuse it again? So suppose after 8 hours it's been left. So can it be used after that as well, or you need to just make a fresh one again and then put it for 8 hours? So suppose I've taken once in 8 hours and little bit is left. Can I keep it and use it after some hours as well? Or should I prepare another one?
I think you will need to prepare another one.
Another one.
Yes, because it won't be the same. One of my professors said that the third infusion, it's the ghost of the first infusion. So especially in cold tea, in those teas, part of the high quality of the teas is that you can infuse them more than once, but it depends of the type of tea. White tea is probably 1 or 2. Some Japanese green teas probably 3 times. Chinese green teas maybe 2. So it is different for each tea, even in hot water. But in cold water, 1 will be more than enough.
Will be more than enough. Okay.
And is that because it gets diluted as you keep boiling it each time? It gets more and more diluted. So it's actually just better to prepare it once and then to have that throughout the day. So you've got enough quantity to have throughout the day. And then you can prepare another one at night and do it that way. Right.
Yes, you can keep drinking your hot tea the whole day, and you have something fresh in the morning or for half of the day. You can mix, you can add some fruit juice or just enjoy it.
Are there any particular types of fruit juice that you'd recommend?
I'm sorry?
Are there any particular types of fruit juice that you would recommend to mix the teas with? Or is it better to just
I'm sorry. No, it was the connection. I'm sorry. It was something with connection.
I was actually just mentioning that.
I'm very sorry.
It's actually great that you're mentioning that with the teas we can mix some fruit juice into them to give it slightly more of an aroma, slightly more of a flavor. Are there any particular types of fruit juice that you would recommend to mix in with that tea?
Well, with black teas, I prefer citrus.
Right.
Citrus, lemon, orange, tangerine, and with green teas, probably I will say apple. No. Sometimes I smash some fruits and add to my tea. I like to add grapes. I like to smash some grapes and put them on my teas. Yeah.
So that
Honey
could
berries?
even be the fresh
Or
fruit as well.
berries, like blueberries.
Mm.
Yes, the more I recommend, it's experience, because I might like my black tea with the
True.
with the tangerine or with yuzu, but if you like it with your green, it's okay. The biggest recommendation is experiment and enjoy.
Yeah.
And are
Yeah,
there any
your post.
recommendations of using fresh fruits over fruit juices? Would you say that one's better than the other, or does it not make any difference within the tea?
I prefer fresh
Right.
fruit and fresh juice. Those teas are beautiful. Many people work very hard for have a beautiful, healthy beverage. So if we're going to add something, let's make it natural. Let's make it healthy too. That's what I would say.
Mm.
No added preservatives, no added sugars. But I think
Yes.
that goes back to what you were saying as well in terms of sugars. How do we actually make it sweeter? Is by actually just using those fresh ingredients.
Fresh fruits. True. Yeah. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Some
And
honey,
I wanted to come back to something
flowers,
you
honey
mentioned.
fruits can be.
Sorry?
Yes, Riddhi, rest.
Ren, I wanted to come back to something that you were saying earlier as well in terms of kombucha and adding turmeric and ginger to that, which would be quite heating. It would reduce the inflammation as well. Is there any particular times that you would suggest to drink the kombucha throughout the day?
Oh,
Yes.
well,
Yeah, Rena, you answer.
Particular times to drink kombucha. In my experience, drinking kombucha on an empty stomach can cause an upset stomach. So I try to either have it right after a meal or at some point during the day when I know that I have stuff in my stomach. And the turmeric and ginger specifically, I'm not an expert. I don't feel that I can really say. Truthfully, it's an experiment. I've actually never put turmeric and ginger in kombucha before.
Fantastic. Sometimes
No, but I think it's nice. Yeah, it's nice actually because it will give you a flavor as well, apart from adding up the antioxidant properties from its side, because kombucha itself being fermented stuff, it's rich in probiotics and prebiotics. And over and above, you're adding up a flavor of ginger, which is balancing it. So most of the time, fermented things can be well balanced with it, but a little bit of ginger, I would say, and a little bit of turmeric will be good. So it's a good initiative to make up an Ayurvedic drink. So basically, making a kombucha in Ayurveda style is a perfect option for that. And
And
yeah.
Amrita, is it that you have to wait, I think was it an hour after having a meal before you'd drink the water?
Yeah, but then it depends upon what kind of drink is it. It's a fruit drink, or it's kombucha, or it's a buttermilk, or what kind of drink. So with the plain water, it's a separate thing. But with this kind of drinks, as she said, it can upset the stomach, empty stomach as well. Whereas plain water, you can drink anytime. And so these kind of drinks, you should be really careful. As Priscilla also mentioned about the teas, so what are the specific timings of having three teas? That is important. So it is important to know about these kind of variety of beverages we are having and the liquids we are having apart from water. But they're pretty good to add up fluids to your body, and they also add up different flavors and doing a lot of jobs in terms of nourishment and health. And therefore these kind of two, so they're totally reverse. So one is the hot teas we are having a flavory with rose petals and stuff, and the other side we are having a fermented stuff with kombucha.
So according
that's
to your knowledge,
really beautiful.
Dr. Amrita, Are there like any particular recommendations as to timings after having a meal? So once somebody has actually had their meal, is there a particular timing in which to have the kombucha? Because kombucha can be very good for digestive properties as well, right? So as Rana just mentioned, it can help us to be able to do all of that. But is there a particular time frame in which to have that?
Well, that depends upon, again, the experience and your personal body types, I would say, in terms of Ayurveda. But to add on to that, it will be good to have a sip of this. It's something like having a glass of wine with food, you know. So wine with the food is adding up with a lot of advantages in one way. And that is also fermented syrup, if you say. So that is also a fermented drink. Kombucha is also a fermented drink. So having that with the food is also fine, or after food, maybe 15-20 minutes after food, but not in very big quantity. Just sipping up as a tea would also be good. And depends upon what kind of mood you are, what season you are, but containing these kind of things with these add-on like ginger or turmeric, this will help in winter to have kombucha as a very good stomach setter, as well as adding antioxidants and preparing yourself to warm your body for winters, actually. So
Yes,
that kind of a
amazing in
stuff is
winter,
good.
isn't it? Just to be able to have that added comfort to be able to warm up the body and to keep the digestive fires nice and high.
Yeah. And Priscilla, I wanted to know from you, what is the art of drinking tea? Because there are so many recommendations. People love to have tea sitting together, gelling up times, cross the table, chit-chatting. And in fact, more or less for me, talking about tea is a time that is a time for me with myself. So sipping up tea, I relish teas in that way. What is your recommendation? How do you advise people having tea?
Well, I think there are many different of ways to drink tea. There are two principally. There's a ceremony and there's a tea service. And if we are having a tea ceremony, classic ones and very antique ones like Japanese, Chinese, Korean, and Southeast Asia. The time this time when the ceremony is happening, you need to be conscious of what is happening there. It's like they say it's a moving meditation. Feelings and the movements, the cleaning of the utensils, it's very different. A ceremony has philosophy. When we have a tea service, we have other options. We can talk, we can smile, sometimes we can even cry. It can be a party, it can be a goodbye. Once with some students, we had this experiment and we put two people together and we say, okay, you're going to prepare this tea twice. The first time you're going to prepare it talking about a very happy memory that you have, and sip it and talk about it. And then you are going to prepare the same tea with a sad memory and let us know how it changes. And it changes. So tea can be a companion. It's very interesting. Tea can be a companion when you are in a difficult mood, can cheer you up, can be shared. There's nothing I love to share more with my friends than tea. Serving tea and explaining tea, the origins, the flavors. That I love to do that with my friends. But when I do ceremony, I try to transmit them philosophy. So those are the principal ways you can share tea, ceremony, or service. One can be more philosophical. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
And the other is more interactive.
Yeah, that's a very important point you've added, in fact. And before we move to Daksha ji, that teas and customs and cultures that different countries hold, and the etiquettes of drinking tea is one of the things that makes it more exotic and a special drink to be taken up. So it's not just a tea to relish and cheer with, but it's much more than that, Priscilla. I think so. And we have Daksha. Before we move to her recipe, let's take some notes of teas from her as well. So, welcome back, Daksha. What all are your favorite tips about teas? And as Priscilla has been talking about the teas and the principles and etiquettes and so many customs related with teas, what are your talks about teas? Over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, very learned quite a lot there. That was a lot of information, and I never knew you could mix fruit juices with tea. So I'm definitely going to try that one because I like my matcha tea. I do like good quality matcha tea, but I don't like it with milk, any kind of even non-dairy milk. It just changes the flavor, I feel. So then you need to add an element of sweetness or something. But I'm definitely going to try it with some apple juice. I think that will be a fantastic combination. But yes, there's some lovely other teas that I've tried in the past as well. Hibiscus tea as well. I find that's very nice. But yes, there's loads to learn here. Black tea, I have actually got. I don't know why people think I'm actually a coffee drinker, but I always get so many presents with teas. I just recently got one, and they love to turn it up in gorgeous looking containers, and this one is
Wow.
full of a black tea. I just and it's just been sitting here. I don't know how to drink it. So I've learned a lot today and I'm going to drink this. So it's a black Bastilla exclusive premium quality Ceylon black tea. So
Hmm.
I'm gonna learn how to drink that now that I've learned from you. So it's
And
gonna
it's in a
look
very
pretty as well.
beautiful pack.
It's beautiful. It looks like a book. So it's
Cute
really
book.
nice on the counter. So, and I've got these
Oh,
tea containers as well. My children always gift me these elephant tea containers. I love, collecting elephant relics and stuff like that. So these are lovely tea
mm,
containers as well. But
mm.
learned a lot today, Priscilla. Thank you very much. That was very
Thank you.
interesting.
Thank you very much to you.
Thank
It's
you.
an honor to share this with you guys. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you,
You're
Priscilla,
welcome.
for joining and sharing with us so many wonderful tips and shapes of teas and flavors of teas, as well as so
Absolutely.
many beautiful, beautiful ways of serving teas. And we'll be bringing you back. Please stay around. And now from Ecuador, you can add up your tips, in fact, Priscilla, to Daksha's recipe, what she's going to share. We are going to have cutlets, which are made up of millets, and we are on the way to that. So please don't go away and stay around and add on to all that as we move again from Ecuador's morning teas to Daksha ji at the noon time in UK. So yes, welcome back,
Thank you.
Daksha.
Thank you very much.
Global Namaste.
Global Namaste. Welcome back, everybody. Now the finale of our preps that we made a start on earlier. So I'm going to
Yes.
show you. So
Please, again, before we start, let our viewers know what way we were preparing and where we were, and then we
yes,
move on further.
definitely. Let's
Yes.
we've made a ragi and bajra soup with vegetables. Um, a ragi and bajra soup with vegetables, finely hand chopped vegetables, and just simple spice, nothing too extravagant, so we can enjoy the earthy flavors of all the vegetables, but you can put in as much as you want or as less as you want. We created the thickness of the soup with ragi flour and bajra flour. Why bajra flour? Because it's very, very thermogenic, and our theme at the moment is winter warmers. So these kind of foods gives us that natural heat that we need to keep us warm and fulfilled. And obviously, this is so delicious. I mean, it pairs up with so many other foods as well. So It can be used as a lunch. It can be enjoyed as an evening dinner, as a starter, and you can match it up with lots of, if you're a bread person, you can have lots of garlic bread with it. You know, you can make yourself some little millet rotlas, and that's really delicious as well. But yeah, that's our soup, which I'll plate up a little bit later on. But while we were cooking that, I put the starting of our cutlets on. What I did was it pre-soaked foxtail millets, 1.5 cups, soaked for 8 hours. Well, it was more than 8 hours, because by the time I did that, it was more than 8 hours, but minimum 8 hours you have to soak them. I put them in the pan with also red quinoa, with red lentils. And in the end, when it all came together, there's no water left. I added 2 large sweet potatoes, chopped them up, and the steam just cooked it through. I didn't need to add any more water. So I've got nice cooked sweet potato, which I'm going to mash together. And that's going to be our binding alongside the lentils as well. So hopefully we won't need to add too much of the binding ingredients. But today, these cutlets, how we're going to elevate it, alongside the delicious foxtail millets we're going to elevate it with other ingredients. That's not only going to be tasty, it's going to be good for friends and families to enjoy as a healthy snack. But as people always think that healthy is not delicious, this, I'm not kidding you, is going to debunk all those myths, because this is already, so I've not added no spices to this, but if you had a spoon of this just on its own, it's already got so many flavors in it. So I'm going to show you what we're going to do next. Now that I've taken the lid off that, and that's started to cool down, because we're going to have to mash that up. So in another pan, I'm going to switch this on, and I'm going to add a little bit of olive oil, because this particular cutlets, all the ingredients are cooked. We've got no raw ingredients in here. So the final shaping of the cutlets, we don't need to deep fry them. It's about a tablespoon of olive oil, and this is cooking olive oil, not extra virgin olive oil. To this, we're going to add some cumin seeds, because we're doing these cutlets with an Indian flavor. It's not Mediterranean, it's an Indian flavor. So we're going to add some cumin seeds to this, at 2 teaspoons. And we're going to let that just get a little bit brown. There we go, it's already. Now to this, we're adding 2 cups of finely chopped onions, red onions. Now we just need to saute these vegetables. We're not going to fully cook them. We just want to cook them enough so it takes away the raw bite. Now to this, we're going to add a little bit of salt. 1 teaspoon of salt. I've got a tablespoon of chopped green chilies. I'll put it over here. Chopped green chilies, chopped ginger, and chopped garlic. So it's about a good heaped tablespoon of all 3, going straight into the onion. So another recipe of this, I add a lot of chopped dill, as I just don't have it today, but that's a lovely addition to this. It just brings out such an amazing flavor. So this
dill also good to help with digestion as well.
Absolutely, digestion. It's a diuretic as well. Just helps with all the, you can indulge in food when you know the ingredients are very good, and you've not got cheap ingredients or ingredients that are just not going to do anything to your body. So food like this, when you put the right type of masala in there and the how can we say, the combination of sweet, spicy, salty as well, you will enjoy all those ingredients without feeling as if, oh, I'm having something bland and healthy, which unfortunately healthy always has that title that it's bland and healthy. But no, healthy doesn't need to be bland, right? I'm sure everybody agrees.
Yes, it does actually help to have all of the different tastes of the aromas as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And in fact, if you take away the bad oils and the deep fried stuff, you actually get to taste the ingredients that you put into these things. You know, people forget that these oils actually coat your tongue. You have no flavor left, and all you're
Nice.
doing is adding more tomato ketchup, more sauces, more salt, sugar, because of our mouths, our palates are craving for flavor.
Yes.
And we forget that the flavor is there, but it's coated, it's covered.
So this
So
way
as
we're
you can
actually
see,
enhancing the balance of the flavors coming through in the recipe as well.
absolutely. So these onions now are getting a bit translucent. That's all I need. I'm adding to this finely chopped red and green bell peppers. Again, just a quick saute, just to take that cold rawness out. Now, originally, when we put the quinoa and everything for cooking, I added a little bit of salt and turmeric. So to this, I'm going to add a little bit more turmeric.
And the turmeric is anti-inflammatory as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And this is home ground organic turmeric. It's not store-bought. I get my turmeric all home ground. Now, because this is going to be a little bit spicy, I'm adding a tiny bit of Kashmiri red chili powder. So you've got the heat, but you've not got the overpowering burn. So a little heat of Kashmiri, because it'll bring a little bit of color to it as well. We've got ground cumin, 1 good teaspoon. And my amchur powder, if I can. Again, I'm adding 2 good teaspoons of mango powder. This will bring that undertone, sour and sweetness that we're looking for without overpowering it. We're adding 1 teaspoon of garam masala, not too much, just a little bit. Again, my garam masala is homemade, sorry. So I can have the right balance of everything. Now I'm just mixing that through. Right, I'm going to switch this off because I don't want it to cook anymore. Just enough for these herbs and spices to get a little bit of the heat. So nothing has a raw flavor to it.
Shefty, some people recommend mixing black pepper with turmeric. What's your view?
Yes, I do as well. Absolutely, all the time. I've already put black pepper in this quinoa mix already. And absolutely, when I put everything together and I need a little bit more heat, I will be adding black pepper again. But yeah, black pepper and turmeric, it is a scientifically proven thing, isn't it? The pepperoni in the black pepper elevates and enhances the nutritional bioavailability of the turmeric. By what? Is it 10,000 or some?
It's more digestible, isn't it? It helps the
Yeah, more
food overall.
digestible.
Yes.
And it activates the curcumin. I think that's the major part
That's
of
the
it.
main part.
Activates the curcumin. Right. So as you can see, that looks like a lovely curry base in itself.
Amazing.
So I'm just going to let that cool for a bit. So I'm going to pop it on the side, let that cool for a bit. So in the meantime, what we're going to do is, I'm just going to switch this off. So we don't need this anymore at the moment.
And isn't it just wonderful to see all the different herbs and the spices and the way that they can come together to be able to enrich any dish as well?
Absolutely. So the mixture that we made earlier in the pan, as you can see, I'm going to sort of throw it in this bowl. So you'll be able to see how dry it's gone.
Wow.
So there's no water. So it's gone lovely and dry. So all the sweet potato I'll be able to mash together to create the cutlets that I want.
So is that in the preparation that you're using the water and then the water is drained out? So you're leaving it to dry?
No, the water's not drained out. I put enough water in, so it's just enough for all the grains to cook. So I didn't need to take any water out at all. And like I said at the beginning, I said, if you just be a little bit careful of how much water you put and you're using the right kind of cooking equipment, you don't need to worry about excess water. But if you do get excess water, it's not the end of the world because we have got other binding agents that we can add because we're turning this into a tikki. So we need that binding agent. So I'm going to use this much at the moment. Otherwise, that will be too much for this particular show. That's enough for me today. I'll leave this behind. Now this masala that we've just made, I'm going to add this to our mix. You're looking at about a quarter of the quantity that you've got of the actual grains. You want a quarter of the masala. So I'm going to leave a little bit behind and just add it if I need it.
Beautiful colors, beautiful textures
Yes,
coming through as well.
absolutely. Now I'm going to put a glove on because it's still a bit warm. And all I'm going to do now is give it a mix. Now, if I've got a potato smasher, I can use that, but everything's just cooked so beautifully. It's just going to smash and go nice and mushy.
Wow,
Just
it looks amazing.
hand. So just moving it all around. Now, obviously, there's going to be some elements of the vegetables where the water is going to release, and I won't be able to turn it into the proper tikki or separate. So we've got solutions for that and ingredients to help dry up that extra moisture and bring the whole tikki together. So, and again, my aim is always to use healthy ingredients. So my binding superpower agent today, what we're using is, in Indian, it's called sattu flour. And its meaning is cooked black gram, and then it's dried. And then it's the flour of that black gram. So it's still chippy flour, but cooked.
Right.
Yeah. So it's not raw at all. So it's black gram, cooked, and then ground. Sorry, dried and then ground. So again, we've got a binder that's going to soak up the extra moisture. But it's a flour that's got so much protein, so much nutritional value that's only going to add to this dish. It's not going to take anything away. So we're not using any plain flours or any other starches. You know, a lot of these burgers or anything you make, they're just full of so much starches. And if you know the correct ingredients to add, you know, it just solves a lot of problems. I'm going to have a little taste of this just to double check my salt and my spices. Oh, it's really nice. I'm going to add a little bit of salt because I've still got the flour to add. So just
Shakti, I can see here you're actually
teaspoon.
using your hand to be able to mix the mixture well and to avoid lumps. Would it still have the same effect if you were to use a spoon, for example?
It shouldn't be a problem. If you can mash the sweet potato with the back of a spoon, it's still doable. But if you feel you can't, then like I said, if you've got a potato smasher, one of those smashers, that's helpful as well.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now to this, what we're going to add, this is the flour. But like I said, this is cooked dal flour. It's not raw at all. So I don't need to worry about my tikkis having a raw flour inside.
Right.
And therefore I'd have to deep fry it or anything else to make sure it's cooked properly. I'm just adding this so it just dries off the extra moisture. Not a lot, that's a 1/4 cup. Now these tikkis, these cutlets, what I'm adding to it today is chopped beetroot, which I haven't added yet, only because I like my beetroot to have its own individual place in my tikkis. I don't like everything to go pink and red. So I literally add it right at the end when I'm ready to shape up and start cooking them. So I'm going to leave this aside because the flour will start soaking up some of the moisture, and I'll find out whether it's the right consistency or not in about 5 minutes. I'm just going to leave this to the side and get my beetroot because that needs chopping. Bear with me a bit.
So then by adding the beetroot at the end, is that because then we still get the flavors, the textures, the aromas of the beetroot that comes through in the tikki as opposed to mixing it into the tikki?
Yeah, I always find that if I was in a rush and I started mixing my beetroot pieces at this stage, in about 10 minutes, my whole masala, my whole sort of mixture starts going red, and it catches obviously all the beetroot colors. So I end up having like a red colored cutlet tikki. So I'm like, okay, if I did it right at the last moment and it holds its shape, the whole cutlet doesn't go red, and you still get that bite of each and individual beetroot. So
Wow.
I personally prefer it like that, and it looks nice when you cut it open and you eat it. You see the little pieces of beetroot. So I'm going to chop the beetroot. Actually, okay.
It would actually be amazing to be able to preserve the dish that way as well, to be able to see
Yes,
all the different ingredients and the way that it's all mixed together.
absolutely. And the beetroot I'm using, it's not a pickle, it's a cooked beetroot, but it's not pickled. So if you want to use raw, you can, but then you would have to add it to the cooking process of the masala that we did earlier. So you'd have to cook it very slightly.
So how do you cook it, Shefti?
Just like we just cooked the onion and the peppers. You just need to saute it slightly, little dash of water, a very small dash, and just give it about 2-3 minutes of steam, and that's it, done. You don't need the beetroot to be cooked so perfectly, but this particular one is a cooked one. So all I'm doing now is just tiny little cubes. So I'm so clever. To prevent the red, I've got the glove on the chopping hand and not not the cutting hand, but doesn't matter. It's done now. Just tiny little cubes. That's all we want.
Great tips as well. We see the color of red coming through quite nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, I mean, all this is just adding more and more nutrition to this particular cutlet. You know, giving every bite so much pleasure because you know that you're not having anything that's bad for you. You know, complete guilt-free luxury, really, isn't it?
Yes, it's a pleasure.
Absolutely. So what I'm going to do now is just have a quick touch of this. Now, if it's come together enough to make the tikki without it falling apart, which it has, I feel it can do with a little bit more flour, which I'm going to add.
How would you know that, Shefti? How would you know to add more?
It's obviously, for me, it's experience anyway. And then on top of that, as I'm mixing it, the softness, it's like if it's too soft, I'm not going to get a bite out of my tikki. It's going to be a mushy cutlet basically. So in the end, when it's cooked and it's shallow fried on the tawa, your tikki needs to have that sort of break rather than a mushy pull. So at this stage, it has to be the right consistency. And this is why at every element, you've got to be careful of how much water you use when you're cooking it, because this is when all that water you'll notice. So because we've added that flour, we may need to increase a little bit of the salt and spices. So obviously it's an addition and we've got to
you
factor
mentioned
that
the
in.
right consistency. What kind of consistency are we looking at? What kind of texture would it be like?
So if you look at this now, if I bring this up, so if I turn this into a ball right now, let me see if I can see that. If I turn this into a ball and press that down, right?
Yes.
Now I'm holding that, and as I wobble it, can you see that it fell after 4 or 5 wobbles? It broke
Sure.
in half. That's fine. Now, if it fell instantly, if I went like that and I went like this and instantly it fell, that means there's too much water. There's too much moisture still in there.
Amazing, great.
So yeah, so there's little tips like that. So now I just need to add a little bit of salt in here. So I know it's going to need it. And obviously, spice-wise, you make it to your level of spice, depending if it's just casually you're eating it, or is it a party? What's it, accompanying? Have you got spicy chutneys with it? Sometimes, if you've not got spicy chutneys, then your cutlet needs to be nice and spicy. So right, now we've got to this stage. Now I can touch it and it's gone quite cold as well. It's not hot at all anymore. I'm going to add the beetroot. Now I'm going to just quickly mix that in without rubbing or being too aggressive with it. Just sort of lightly mix it in. Like I said, I don't want my whole mixture to start getting pink. Right, so at this stage, all I'm going to do now is start creating my tikkis. Now, if you've got a little, what's it called? A cutter, a cookie cutter style, where you want to create different shapes. So these cutlets can also come in heart shapes as well. So they're a brilliant recipe for Valentine's Day. So
it's really
all
just
you do,
there to be adventurous and open with, right? So people could even make
absolutely,
it into stars or something.
yeah.
Seeing
So
that
I'm
is
going to
pretty
turn
much
on,
Christmas.
yeah. I'm going to do all equal balls at the moment. Do about 5, 6. It'd be great if you guys can come over and have a taste of this.
My mouth's already watering just watching your recipe.
As you can you see the little bites of beetroot in there?
Yes.
Yeah. When you bite into those beetroots, because obviously it's got its own flavors, so it just enhances everything so beautifully.
And it's a wonderful idea as well. Like many people may not have thought about actually adding in a type of fruit into cutlets like this, but just actually
Yeah.
seeing the texture of that and the color of that as well. As you mentioned before, it doesn't make the whole dish pink, but it just gives it the
No,
right sort of feel.
absolutely. So all we need to do there now, if you feel at this stage your hands are getting sticky, you wash them, pop a little bit of oil on your hands, which I'm going to do.
And it looks delicious. You can make it into any sort of size that you want as well.
Absolutely, yes. You can make them any size you want, and you can even create another coating on this if you want, a crispier coating. You can break up a little bit of cornflakes, or there's another recipe that they break up biscuits, just
Right.
like those toasty biscuits. So now this, you can make them into any shape. You can do a heart shape if you want a heart shape. If you've not got a cutter, you can just do it like this. So that's your little heart-shaped tikkies.
Oh, amazing. Would
So
you
you can do a
recommend
meringue.
dipping that back into corn flour to make it crunchier?
You can, but today we're just going to do it as healthy as absolutely possible. So like I said, you can at this stage put another coating on top and make it crunchier, crispier. But this will get nice and crispy because you know the quinoa that I've used?
Yes.
The red quinoa, it holds its shape. Although it's cooked, they have a little bite to it. So
Right.
when they're cooked on the tawa, I'm going to put the tawa on in a bit. So as you can see, I'm just doing little round ones. You can make any shape you want.
So that's amazing. I've never actually cooked with red quinoa before. Is it the same kind of process as what the other one would be? Or do you need to leave it in for longer? Or...
It does take a little bit longer to cook because, like I said, it holds its. I think its husk is a little bit more harder than the white one. So even if you did a mixed quinoa rice or something, you'll find the red one will cook, but you'll always be chewing on the red one. It'll be more crunchier.
Sure.
So, right, what we've got now, I'm just going to put the tawa on so we can cook that through.
They look like beautiful little cookies at the moment as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Wow, look at that. Is there a particular heat that you'd recommend for this?
A nice high heat, to be honest. It wouldn't be low at all because everything we've used in there, if you remember, is cooked. So all we're doing now is crisping it up on both sides.
Right.
So what we're going to do, we're going to add a little bit of our olive oil.
About a teaspoon.
Yeah,
about to cook the pan.
Yeah, even if you do a little bit more, it doesn't matter. The cast iron skillet I've got here, tawa, it's not a non-stick one. You can use a non-stick one. So this will heat up in a bit.
If you were to use a non-stick one, would you still oil the pan up? Would you still grease it?
Very little grease. A lot of people are using a lot of grease on non-stick, but you shouldn't. What I tend to do, I mean, I don't use non-stick anymore at all. But back in the day when we did, I tend to put a little bit of fat on there, a little bit of oil on the sides. But I mean, before I went on the healthy cooking journey, a lot of my foods were deep fried and everything anyway. So this kind of cooking element wasn't really in the picture. It's only now that I'm not really advocating in my own home, but it's in the work I do as well. So wherever I can to avoid any kind of deep frying, absolutely, it's 100%. You know, even if the recipe needs tweaking here and there, because at the end of the day, if I'd used any kind of raw flour in there for binding, I would have had to either put the cutlets in the oven or deep fry them because obviously that flour needs cooking. But if you find a way to get round it, why not?
Better. It's so much more convenient as well, isn't it? A lot healthier.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? It's improving your health while not depriving yourself of the flavors and textures. So yeah, so I don't know whether you can hear it, but the tawa is hot. I can hear it sizzling.
Yeah,
so
you can hear it sizzling.
Yeah, I'm just popping them on. I'm just going to let that cook through. And we will flip it on both sides. So all we need now is both the sides to get crispy, and you're done. Your tikkis are done because inside all the way through everything is cooked. You've got the binding, you've got the flours, and none of the flours are going to taste raw. So
how do we know once it's actually getting crispy? Is it like a texture that we can feel, or is it something that we can see?
You can see it. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to feel it because it's going to be super hot. So I wouldn't recommend anybody go and touch it. But if I've just flipped that I flipped that very soon, but it's only just getting a browner coating. So I'll flip the others in a bit and you'll see the difference. When you flip it over in about 5-8 minutes, you'll notice straight away that it's getting a nice brown cover. Same way when you deep fry something, you're getting the brown color.
Yeah.
When you cook something in the oven. So if I flip that over, again, it's getting there, but still not there yet. So I can comfortably leave the others. If I want to flip that one back, I can flip it back. But if you guys are doing this, don't do what I've just done and use my fingers. Use another spatula. I've got asbestos fingers, so.
And these also
Use a
look pretty
spoon.
filling as well because of the ingredients that you've used.
Yes,
so
absolutely,
it's
yeah.
stuff, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't need more than two, to be honest. A little bit of salad on the side, a chutney. You can make them a little bit bigger patches and use them as a burger. So you just need to make them a little bit more crispier on both sides, and they'd be fantastic as a burger as well. So I'm going to flip one just to see. So can you see the brownness coming up on that now? So that's what we're looking for. We're looking for a nice even brown coating. I mean, there are many people are obviously still not on that journey where they're going to eliminate all the oils out of their diet. And if they want to stick this in a deep fry, they can. But I would prefer to, if you want them to be a lot more crunchier, drier, do this stage and then put them in your air fryer to finish off. Because what an air fryer will do, it'll take a lot of the moisture out and give it more of a crunch, more of a burger and a pakora style crunch, you know.
Also,
So
a lot of
that one
people are
there.
starting to become a lot more health conscious these days as well. So a recipe like this
people are,
helps somebody to be able to lose
absolutely.
weight as opposed to all the additional oil that's just very heavy and lethargic feeling.
Yeah. So as you can see, the one that I put in the center has caught the heat a lot faster than the others. So things like this, if you were to just notice that and say, okay, one part of my pan is hotter than the other, I'll just, use it to my advantage. The ones that are not cooking faster, I can move them to the center. Just things like that, really. Same way if you were going to deep fry something, if your oil was too hot, you instantly would reduce the heat and stuff like that. It does come with, as you make them, you'll know the timing and everything. But they are getting tighter and crispier. We are not losing anything. It's not falling apart. I say that and it falls apart. No, it's just the beetroot that's come apart.
It
it's
looks
not the
very
whole chicken.
firm.
It's just the beetroot that's just dropped out of it because I've not. Yeah, so this is it really. And you can serve this with a nice chutney. You can have a nice.
Are there any particular chutneys that you'd recommend?
Coriander and mint chutney is lovely. If you want a dairy-based yogurt one, mint yogurt's nice. Imli's nice. You can have a garlic style one as well. But like I said, depending on the flavors of this, if you've made this really intensely flavorsome, then you need like a mild chutney with it. And obviously, the youngsters, if they want to go with just tomato ketchup, that's fine too. Nothing wrong with tomato ketchup in moderation. And if you notice, we didn't add any sugar to this. This recipe had no sugar in whatsoever.
Amazing.
Our mango powder added that little bit of sweet and sour natural flavors. So I'm just going to push that one to the side as it's cooking faster than the others.
Yes, it's coming along beautifully.
Yes.
And also the chutneys can help to take away some of the dryness as well, can't it? So it enhances the dish that little bit more.
And if you're going to eat it with like a wrap or something like that, then obviously they enhance the whole texture of your food and your meal. It just adds to everything. I'm going to take that one away. One's just about cooked nicely. As you can see, they're browning up beautifully on both sides.
Yes.
And they're getting firmer as well. They're getting crispier and firmer. And that's all we need. And our cutlets are ready.
So would it be wise to actually prepare the preparation overnight and then to make it the following day? Because I think you said leaving it for 8 hours. Is that right?
What's it called? The foxtail millet has to be soaked for
Right.
8 hours. So there's no compromise there, because you're using millets for a reason. And if you don't adhere to its protocol of cooking protocol, then you're deceiving the object, really. It's pointless using. You might as well just use something else, another ingredient, especially this end of the world where millets are super expensive for us to, procure as well. So my advice to anybody using millets is learn the protocol and use it accordingly, because the millets have so much health benefits. And if they're not soaked properly and not cooked in the right manner, you're not getting those health benefits. And in fact, it deceives the object so much that it actually can be detrimental to you. If the soaking actually releases the fiber, and if you don't do that process, what's being told is you're actually putting more effort onto your digestive system to digest the millets. So you're not helping yourself at all.
And millets can actually be a very good meal to have for breakfast as well, right?
Yes, I have a ragi, like a wrap or a dosa, literally every morning. That is my breakfast. I put it together at night time and wake up in the morning, everything's ready, nice and fermented as well. I have those little bubbles in there. So I'm killing two birds with one stone, having my little fermentation happening as well. And it's delicious. You can have, one day I can make it Indian, one day I can make it Mediterranean, one day I can have, sauteed mushrooms as a filling. It's very, very healthy, very, very healthy. So right, here we go. I'm going to plate this up. Right, I'm going to plate up our tikkis and our soup.
And what's the soup that you made? I think I missed that part of it.
It was a ragi and vegetable soup with a spoon of bajra flour as well, because obviously the thermogenic properties of bajra, I wanted to create like a soup that's very good for wintertime, because that's obviously our theme today.
It's very warming.
Yes, absolutely. So if I get our soup out.
And how long does it take to make those soups?
The soup actually didn't take us long at all, but obviously we were all chatting away.
Sure.
The soup, yeah. So the soup, I would say about 15 minutes in total. Soup didn't take us long at all. So what I've done here, got some chopped up tomatoes, and I've just got some sauteed garlic slices, just to enhance a bit of the flavor and give a lovely crunch. So there we go. Can we see that? I'll bring that up. So we've got our
Yes, we
chickpeas.
can see that. It looks beautiful. Very well
And
prepared.
we've got our soup ready. And I didn't get time to make any chutneys because a nice chutney on the side there would look beautiful. But yes, that's our winter warmers today. A nice ragi and bajra vegetable soup and beetroot and foxtail millet cutlets.
Beautiful.
So I'm going to open one of these up just for you. You know that what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
That break there is what we're looking for.
So that
Yeah.
nice
So if that,
firmness.
yeah, that firmness. If that didn't break and I just sort of pulled it apart, it would have been mushy, but it's got a lovely break to it. So the more crispier I continue doing it on the tawa or I put it into the air fryer, it's going to get crispier and crispier, and it's delicious. I wish you guys could taste it.
And it's a great snack and it's a great standalone meal too. So it looks
Absolutely.
absolutely fantastic as well.
Yeah.
Global Namaste, Mala. Welcome.
Global Namaste. Oh,
And what did you think about Chef D's dish?
I love that. When you mentioned millets, I'm so excited because I've changed my eating patterns, diabetic, and I started to buy millets. And I heard so much about millets since joining Healing Our Earth on the Ayurvedic topics, and I started to indulge. My first crash on that was weight failed, and I bought the red millet, and I soaked and cooked for the whole weekend, and I was calling Seema and everybody. It went wrong. It didn't work. Nobody could understand why the red. It looked like quinoa, the red quinoa. So now I bought the white one and I soak it the night before. And your advice, you made some important points about digesting. So how long do you soak the millets for, and how long do you cook it for? I hope I'm getting mine right.
No. All the millets, you've got 5 positive millets, and then you've got 2 large millets. The large millets are the sorghum and the bajra. So that's jowar and bajra. So the other 5 millets, and including the others, if you've got the whole seed, you need to soak it minimum 8 hours. That is the absolute protocol. Any less than that, you're not increasing its fiber availability. The fiber has to be released, and that can only be released by the soaking protocol of it. And another thing is, when you soak it, the first hour or so, you soak it, you wash it, and then you get rid of that water. Then you soak it in 3 times its size. If you've done 1 cup, you put another 3 cups in of water, warm water, and then you just lid that and you soak that for 8 hours. So that's practically throughout the night, and it's ready for morning or afternoon. If it's soaked any longer than that, still there's no problem to it. But if it's soaked more than 24 hours, it will start fermenting. So you have to be careful about that as well. So if you feel as if you've soaked something and I've not had time to make it, just take as much water as you can out of it and pop it in a container into the fridge. But if you leave it in room temperature, it will start fermenting, and you'll have to create a new dish out of it, millet dokra or something.
And in terms of calories and carbs, are they very healthy? I mean, I'm trying to replace my rice with that.
Millets are very, very healthy. They are very high in carbs, but they also have a very high protein and very, very low GI, glycemic index. So you are actually, if you're substituting rice with millets, you're on the right route, 101%. Millets in this part of the world, unfortunately, by the kilo, they work out pretty expensive. So I would advise, if somebody's going on the millets route, don't jump off the route and the journey because it's becoming more expensive, but add a little bit of others into it. Add some quinoa to the mix. Reduce your intake. You're not supposed to eat more than 100 grams a day anyway, right? So in any which way, whether you're having it in a flour form in the morning or as a khichdi or something in the afternoon, 100 grams of one type of millet a day, that's it. Never mix your millets. And if you're finding it's hard to digest, reduce it to take 30 grams a day first and increase it. Week by week, increase it, because our digestive systems have been so lazy for so many years. If we suddenly give it a punch, it either some people's wakes up, some people's actually say, you know what, this is too much for me. So you need to slowly incorporate. Just listen to your body. If you said you bought the red seeds, so you must have bought ragi.
Oh, it went so wrong. It was like 24 hours and it cooked for days and it never worked out.
Yeah.
You can done the white one. Yeah.
Right, yeah. So millets, obviously in UK, everybody's calling all of the millets by the name millets, but each of them have names and each of them have its own health benefits and properties. different parts of our bodies are, you know, gets healed with different types of millets. So for some women, you know, foxtail millet's very, very good. People with heart conditions, there's another millet that's very good. So there, I would say, just learn a little bit more and still, you know, just learn the protocol. Once you know that the soaking and the cooking, that's it, you're sorted, then there's no problem.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I'm here. Just give me a call. I'll let you know.
And Shafti, you mentioned that some millets are actually a lot more difficult to process than others. Is there a millet that might be perhaps a little bit easier for somebody that's got digestive problems or somebody that's got a bit of bloating? And is there one that you would recommend?
To be honest, all of them have the same issue if they're not cooked. Like I said, the soaking process is absolute paramount. You know, some people, there's a lot of people on the internet doing millet cooking, and they'll say they've just soaked it for 2 hours or 3 hours and they're cooking gorgeous recipes. But that's where the problem is. That millet, that seed is no longer digestible because you've not released its fiber. It takes minimum 8 hours for those each and individual seeds to soak up the water and release the fiber. There's a science behind it. And if we don't do it, that's where the digestive issue happens. Some people have obviously got low digestive fire than others. Some people actually have digestive issues. So they need to start the millet protocol with things like 20 grams a day. You know, any millet, it doesn't matter. You can start off with barnyard millet, foxtail millet, but read your body what works for you. So, and that's what it's all about. It's just starting slowly, incorporating it slowly, and then maximum 100 grams a day. And the doctors in India, they're advising that if you're doing it for a particular health ailment, to reverse a particular ailment, you're supposed to do a protocol of 3 days a time with one millet. Like, for instance, if I do ragi today, I do it for 3 days, 100 grams a day, and then I go on to foxtail millet or little millet or barnyard millet, but I don't mix them. I don't mix them, and I don't do it for 1 day. So I've got more videos coming up very soon about the protocol and how important it is, because there are a lot of videos out there, a lot of doctors advocating it. But I've noticed that in the UK, there's a language issue as well, understanding like strong Hindi. They're not grasping everything all together. And the videos are cut, and it's like they're left for us to just assume and presume, and you know, the little important parts are left out. So I'm on the process at the moment to create little bite sizes so everybody can start sort of really understanding the importance. And obviously our biggest issues, I mean, at the moment you're looking at about anything between £7 to £10 a kilo of any type of these positive millets. And that just, you try to say to somebody and in you know, show them how important millets are, and the minute they think, well, that's bloody super expensive. How am I going to go on that journey if we can't afford it? So that's a major issue in the UK, and I'm trying to tackle it. I'm talking to a lot of suppliers in India and hoping to get a good quality organic millets here in the UK. You know, but fingers crossed, we'll get there soon.
Absolutely. And Shafti, that's going to be absolutely amazing to see those videos when they do come out. Where will they be released?
I'll be sending them on our HealRS platforms, and obviously you'll be able to see them on my social media as well. But I'm going to send them all through to our social on our HealRS first, because I do need our superpowers to tick them and say, yeah, you got it right. so yes, definitely. So we've got some amazing doctors on board, and you know, if they turn around and say to me, no, Dee, you're fine, you're on the right track, I thought, oh, finally. So that's my mission.
I'm sure you will be. And what is your channel as well, just in case there's somebody that's watching this right now on social media or one of our partner channels? Where can they tune in to see those videos?
My Instagram is chef.d_mygreenkitchen, and my website is www.mygreenkitchenbychefd.com.
Fantastic. So,
Yeah,
Shafti,
so if
thank
you,
you for that. We've actually seen some amazing recipes coming through today as
thank you.
well. My heart's warming up so much just by watching those beautiful recipes that you had for us and how all of those different aromas came together, those textures.
Thank
I
you.
feel like I learned so much by just watching and tuning in today. And
Thank
it's
you.
just fantastic to see the different ways that we can cook with the millets. And one thing I definitely will take away from this is to remember to soak the millets for long enough because that will already
Absolutely.
start to reduce the ailments that are happening.
Absolutely. And everybody, you can catch me on my phone number anytime, WhatsApp me. If you're stuck with anything with millets, just drop me a message and I'll help you through it. No problem whatsoever.
Thank you, Shefti.
Thank
Amrita,
you.
welcome back.
Uh, Thank you, Riddhi. Well, Shefti, you've done a wonderful job. In fact, I would say you're doing a noble job because millets has risen up a global concern. It's one of those crops which is so useful, and it's a crop of poor people, but it's a crop which is versatile and I think is much required for richer people now. So
Absolutely. Absolutely.
the biggest concern is about how to utilize food and in relation to the environment, in relation to the food security as well as the availability of food for people. It is also very important to talk about what are the best ways you can process them, prepare them, what are the different types of millets, as you told about so many types of millets, and different processing techniques and requirement by the people, and nourishing them in the form that is easily available for them and palatable as well. So these things are pretty important, I think, in concern of the food, because this is just totally opposite to what the junk food is, we say. So this is a wholesome holistic diet which is pretty good for so many people, and therefore your work on millets and the kind of promotion you're doing to a particular food, and the way it has been processed is really very nice. So I would say it's
Thank
very
you.
creditable on your part, and we are looking forward to have you and many other platforms as well to see what more is coming from your end on that. So
Thank you very
I
much.
would
Thank you for having
think
me.
today's dining
And
table would be served with the soups and the lovely cutlets you have
cutlet.
prepared from
Yeah.
the millets, right? Okay, so one bite from the whole healing family too, for cheers
Yes,
on that.
I wish you all could have tasted it, but thank you for having me. And hopefully we'll all be in a room together very soon, and we can all taste some delicious food. So that I look forward to
Sure,
everybody getting together.
You know,
sure,
Shefti,
sure.
they actually
Before,
have a saying in English, which is don't give people the fish, but teach them how to fish, and they will fish for a lifetime. And I feel that
yeah.
is something that you've helped us to do today. So thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much. You're welcome.
So,
Thank
Shefti,
you and
before
good
you
night,
leave, let's
everybody.
have your
Yeah.
let's have some comments from Sharon as well, from US. So from UK, we're moving to Sharon, who will be hosting us with a lot of other dishes. So before you leave, Sharon, what's your comment on Chef D's preparations on millets and soups? So over
Chef
to you.
G, you
Thank
are
you.
amazing. Every time I see you on the show, I learn so much. You are so
Thank
talented.
you.
It is a joy. It's a joy. And I can't wait. I hope I get to taste your food one day.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Maybe Mauritius, let's hope.
Who knows? Hopefully. Hopefully.
So we
No,
are
thank you so
waiting for
much.
you, Chef D. Thank you so much for joining us. And if you can, please stay around and let's look at what Sharon has to see and say and also serve on the tables of each one of us. So thank you so much for joining us, Chef D. Moving from UK to US, where we have our beautiful Sharon Rose with us. So, global namaste to you, Sharon. Lovely to
Global
see you
namaste,
again.
Amrita.
And I can see Keith also pretty excited to see you as well. So, with
Keith.
everything, global namaste. So, Sharon, today's episode of Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, where we are discussing about winter warmers and We already had so beautiful recipes and teas and beverages that we had been discussing about. What are you sharing with us today? Thank
Well, I
you.
have a video, of course, and,
Mm-hmm.
and it is showing about my garden, our garden. And also there's a
Okay.
recipe for cranberry sauce from Thanksgiving. We just had Thanksgiving here. And with
Mm.
from my husband, uh, Chef Jay. And then another one, he shows the whole process of taking our beautiful tomatoes that we grew in the garden and turning them into sauce and canning them. So
Oh,
that's
wow.
the video I have to show today. And
Preparing tomato sauce. Wow.
yes, yes. The whole he shows how to can it, for anyone. And yeah, and then I show kind of the progress of my garden and things that we grew this summer. So
Hmm.
here we
So
go.
please tell our viewers about where the garden is before we see the video.
Okay. We live way up at, where are we, about 8,500 feet in Crestone, Colorado. It's called the Shambhala of the Rockies.
Mm.
It's really beautiful. We have temples. We have an ashram, a gorgeous ashram here, which we've seen on the show. And we have temples from all over the world. It's an amazing place. It gets very cold. Like last night, it went down to 6 degrees Fahrenheit. I had to bring my dog in. She usually sleeps in the screen porch in her doghouse. But
Hmm.
growing here, we don't have a long season, but we built an 800 square foot greenhouse, and so we could extend. And you'll be seeing all that in the video.
Lovely. Let's go. Let's see.
Okay. Can you see this?
Not yet.
Oh, not yet. Oh, I have to share. Okay. Let me.
Please share.
Yes, I have to do the share. Okay. Where am I? Back here.
From your garden to beautiful tomatoes and tomato recipe with tomato sauce.
Okay.
One of the most used and common things which people would love to, in fact, know about.
Here we go. You can see it now, right?
Yes, the beautiful mountains.
That's the view from my home, our home.
Amazing.
Global namaste to everyone. Sharon Rose here with Healing Our Earth. It is November 25th. We had a really nice Thanksgiving. And so I'm going to be showing you our garden throughout the summer, what we created, and where it is right now. It's going down to 6 degrees tonight, so keep warm, all of you out there. Here we are, November 25th. This is 2023. This is what's left. Actually, there's still onions in here that we're pulling up and eating. They're actually delicious. But end of the season, winter has arrived. Yes, and see, we're having snow today and this evening. Let's go in the greenhouse. So this is all for compost, which, we collect during the year. And then right now, like this week, Jay went and put compost, see all this part, down to help the soil over the winter. And we don't have much left, but we do have something. There's our goddess, Kuan Yin. she who hears the cries of the world. And right now, we have this beautiful lettuce growing in these boxes inside here. And here there's some lettuce mixed in with some cilantro and some spinach. It's Thanksgiving Day today, and I'm here with our dear friend Cindy Tate at her place, and we're all making a Thanksgiving dinner. And we're going to have Jay show you his cranberry recipe.
Namaste, and we're starting our awesome cranberry, Thanksgiving cranberry mix. We start out with getting all the zest off an entire orange, which we're going to have our friend here do. And where is the grater? Where's the grater? It's there. We're getting me the sugar, some hot sauce, salt and pepper. Turn this one down more. All right, so we've got salt, pepper, sugar, cranberries, orange juice, and we need something to stir this with. So this has to cook until the cranberries are soft. Start popping juice.
What was the ratio of all those things?
Bottle of orange juice, small bottle, cup and a half of sugar, 3 things of cranberries, salt and pepper to taste. Oh, but you're like, I want to stretch your pants. I just wait. It'll take about a while.
What was that you just put in?
Tabasco. Give it a sharp edge. Spill cranberry on me.
Jay?
Yeah?
Can I stir it in?
Well, I'm not. I'll be done in a second.
No, we're not. You don't want it all the way. Just let it work its way. Otherwise that thing will be so hot.
So these will disappear more or less as it heats up.
I know. And how long does that cook?
Until they're soft.
Sure. Wow. And then what we pull the oranges out.
What did you just put in?
Sure.
Oh, more sugar. Do you do sugar to taste?
I put more cranberries in the recipe.
You know, you put some sugar in, some cranberries in, you cook it.
Yep.
Then you taste it, and then you put some more sugar in.
That's right. Or maybe
That's how it goes.
Good, I'm smashing them down until they're all in one amorphous thing. I'm taking all the oranges out, not all of them. So all the oranges are gone. It's almost done. I want to turn it off so it cools down for dinner. This is ready, actually. Then you have to do the last. It'll be too sour for most people. Hi, I'm Chef Jay, and today we're going to be picking a ton of tomatoes out of our organic garden, and I'm going to be making hopefully 4 to 5 quarts of organic tomato sauce and canning it so that in the deep, dark winter, I can go to my pantry and pull out a quart of tomato sauce that I grew last summer. Nothing like it. As you can see, there's a lot of tomatoes. Then we grab a bunch of the washed tomatoes. Over here. Need a big pan, serrated knife. It's got to be serrated or it won't work. And then you cut the core out. There are tools you can buy that are for cutting up cores of tomatoes. If you find one, you might want to buy it, but I just prefer. Chickens really love this stuff. Basically, I'm cutting as much tomatoes as I can to fill this big, huge pan here up to no more than 3/4 full. I think I will manage to do that. You're not just going to make your sauce in this pan. You're going to jar your sauce in this pan. So it's a multifaceted pan. And it's pretty much hard labor for the next 20 minutes or so as I do this work. Great thing about sauce is that you don't have to have super high quality tomatoes, but these are high quality tomatoes.
Those are black crim, that one.
Yeah, you don't have to have it. That's what I'm saying. I cut little bad spots off. Don't want my sauce to be marred. Sorry, the chickens love this stuff. This will be the highlight of their day. So I ended up at this much. I went a little over 3/4. I like to stop at 3/4 because it becomes unmanageable, but I had enough ripe tomatoes to get this far, so I thought I would just do it. So when you get that far, then you take your load and you put it on your stove. You turn the thing all the way up. And you put a top on it to save energy. And I use a steel spoon because it's so unmanageable. So in a few minutes, I'll begin going down and taking the warm ones and putting them on top, letting the cold ones drop to the bottom until everything turns into liquid. And then, not liquid, but a slush. And then I'm going to strain the whole thing and take out all the seeds and all the skin. And that's the hard part, because that takes a long time. But it makes for a much better sauce. But if you want to leave the seeds in and the skins in, that's fine. Won't hurt you. Do not put your seeds into your compost because you will have tomatoes everywhere in your garden. So throw them away. Don't keep them. All right. Do my first round. I grab the spoon down here because it's really going to be heavy. You can bend your spoon. What I'm trying to do is take the warmer ones on the bottom, move them up, and let the colder ones fall to the bottom. You see there's steam coming up. That's a good sign. I'm getting some action. This will all turn to liquid before we're done here. And to save energy, always put a lid on it. Oh, and then step on the cat too when you're taking camera work. All right. So as you can see, we're about 60% liquid now. It's getting easier and easier to stir it because it does all break apart under the heat. So I would say I'm going to get 5 quarts out of this, maybe 6. Anyway, a good amount. That's it. It'll be ready in about 10 minutes. Liquefying everything, making sure all the tomatoes are ground up and prepping for straining them and getting rid of all the skin and the seeds. This is a very useful thing to own, by the way. So this is where all the seeds and the skin go. You just have to push the water through the screen, or the juice, I mean. You can see. And this is what you don't want to put in your compost. Tempting as it may be. If you put this in your compost, next year you'll have thousands of tomatoes in your garden that you do not want. So I've extracted through the strainer 2 pans full of tomato juice, I guess. And these are pre-sterilized mason jars. Good reason to own a dishwasher. Nice and smooth. And the seeds and the skin. Want to seal your lids tight. Make a little bit of a mess here. Whoops. Big mess that time. That's why I do it on the cutting board. Looks like it's going to be about 6. I don't spill any anyway. Ask yourself, how much does a quart of organic tomato sauce cost at the store right now? I'd say $10. Oh, look at that. Just a little bit left. I only got 5. I think I can spread this out. And I will. Don't want to waste any. There we go. So we got 5 jars. And then what you do is you take the same pan that you were originally using and you stick your jars in the pan. Don't you know? Can't do it. That sucks. Let me give it another shot. Maybe I can rearrange these guys. That's too bad. that means that one has to be done separate. Then you take it over to your sink. I use hot water because it goes faster. What I'll do is I'll do that other one in the same water after I pull these out. That way I don't waste any water or heat. I don't use a pressurized canning. This is just, anyone can do this on their home, on their stove. Just have to have a big enough pan. Nice. Speed this part up. Okay, we covered the top of the lids, that's good. Now we want to add in about another 3/4 of an inch of water. So we're just near to the top. That's enough right there. All right, and then what you do, and then you bring this to a complete boil, and then once it reaches a boil, you'll be able to tell that when you got that, because this thing will start rattling like crazy, and then you leave it on for 10 minutes. And then what you have is, I'll show you. So you can tell that you've been successful. So here's the lid before I put it in the water. Those lids are now in the water and they're going to be in boiling. When I take those lids out, they're going to be convex. In other words, they're going to be pointed down because the suction, the vacuum will pull this down. So it won't be flat like this. If it's not flat, if it is flat like this, you failed in your canning, and you need to, you don't need to throw it out, but you need to start over. And when you do canning, you cannot use this top lid. Okay, so this lid has two parts to it. There's this part, and then the ringer. This part here, you can only use once. You must throw it away or use it, but you can only can this once, so you'll wreck it. It's wrecked once you do it, because it goes convex, and so it caves. So you can't use, you have to buy, that's the only thing you have to rebuy all the time is those little flat lids. Otherwise the ringer in the jar is completely reusable. And that's it. These are all successful. The reason I know is because the top is indented. See how it's slightly like this? And that's how I know that I build enough pressure inside here that sucked that lid and sealed it tight. So these things can last 20 years. No kidding. 20 years.
When you use, what do you use them for? And what do you do with them?
I make spaghetti sauce, I make pizza sauce, I make my own barbecue sauce, I make my own steak sauce.
So you add spices and things?
Use it for chili. Yeah, there's no spices, no salt, no pepper, no nothing in this. That way I can spice it any way I want. And there's 100 different ways to do it. That's why I leave it blank. So it's just like tomato sauce that you buy in the store. Only it's organic and it's cheap. So what more do you want? It's probably $35 worth of tomato sauce, maybe more.
Here's the garden in mid-September, waiting for all of these tomatoes to ripen. It's been raining, so they're getting lots of water. A few melons here, chickpeas, squash, onions, peppers back there, more onions. Look at this lettuce. Isn't it beautiful? It is so amazingly delicious. And then over here, these are all herbs, mostly oregano, some sage, parsley, and more pepper plants. And these are the eggplants that are really liking the cooler weather and flowering. And some broccoli over here, and nasturtiums, edible flowers. It's a beautiful day here. Sending love. I am about to cut back the basil. Look at all this basil, and make some pesto, because you see where some of it, well, I've been pulling off these little, yeah, like these, because they make it bad, and those down here. But I'm gonna cut it all back and make pesto. So I had filled this whole basket with leaves. It took me like an hour. And then I put in pine nuts, olive oil, some salt, some Parmesan cheese, and a bunch of garlic. And now I'm mixing it up. So I'll show you when it's done. Okay, there it is. And it's so delicious. It's like eating light. So then you take a spoon and you spoon it, there we go, into ice cube tray. Well, there we are.
Wow, 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 wow. That was so, so lovely, Sharon, to see so many things. Uh, First thing is, there's so many important tips that you shared. And secondly, the place is so beautiful. It's full of nature, and we can feel the nature and your garden with so many vibes of happiness and bliss everywhere. And that comes to your kitchen as well, as you were preparing the basil pesto as well as gooseberry sauce and tomato sauce and so many dishes. It was so lovely to see. And they're pretty organic, uh, and
Totally,
they are
totally
full of
organic.
nature, they are full of nutrition, they promote so much of health and well-being at all the corners. So what people have been looking and hunting for, a sattvic food, I would say, this is what is a sattvic food. It's a true, delicious, organic, fresh, full of prana sattvic food, Sharon. So yeah, tell us more about it. Over to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So one aspect that I think you'll appreciate is the fact that what we water by hand, we don't have a
Wow.
watering system. Jay has reasons, I don't know, but I water, and when I water, I chant Om Shrim Hrim Shrim Kamale Kamalalaye Prasida Prasida Shrim Hrim Shrim Mahalakshmi Devye Namaha. And so that's like, depending how long I need to water, that's how many mantras I do for each plant.
Wow.
So I'm doing my meditation and calling in Lakshmi as I water the plants. And I
And I
think that
think it's a
adds,
true Lakshmi, Sharon, and that's what is Annapurna. As I started this episode talking about Annapurna. So, in Indian context, it's the goddess of food. Annapurna, the food. Anna means food, and Purna means complete. So, goddess that will be rendering and giving us a complete food in all the ways. So, that is what is Annapurna I can see in your garden and kitchen.
well, it's fascinating because Jay is a very good cook. He always liked to cook, but during the pandemic, he really learned to cook. He makes sometime I'll have him we'll have him do some Chinese food. He's making really beautiful Chinese food now. And it's hard though, because our food that we grow is so full of prana, chi, as our friends here would say. Keith, as Keith would say, full of chi, full of life force. And so
Chi,
it's
yeah.
hard to go out to dinner because we can't find food as good as ours. And the lettuce right now, you saw that we still have some lettuce. My salads right now are amazing. I want to find it's not a heated greenhouse, but I want to find a way to keep growing the lettuce. It likes cooler weather, but not 6 degrees. So it's just hard when we go out to dinner. Everything in the US is now very expensive. So that we are saving a lot of money in growing our food. It's a lot of work. It's just 2 of us. We get some help for doing heavy lifting and things, but it's just the 2 of us doing this, and it's a lot of work all summer. But then, what did we have about 100 quarts of tomato sauce that he canned. We have, if you saw, there was one, it was like a tray of tomato. That's all dehydrated. So, because sun-dried tomatoes here have become outrageously expensive, and we like to put them in the meals. So I particularly like making you use like a pizza crust, a baboli, and then you put pesto. I put pesto, and I put sun-dried tomatoes, and it's all winter we're getting. And the pesto, I have bags and bags because I put them in the trays, I freeze them, then I take the ice cubes out and make the little make the 2-portion bag. So when we have parties in the midst of the winter, I can make appetizers with the pesto.
Yeah.
And, pesto, it has a lot of garlic, and it's really healthy for your garlic in particular. Is like almost a natural antibiotic. So I like to use garlic. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see all the five elements, and definitely your basil pesto is a rich antibiotic, as well as I would say it is a rejuvenator and a rasayana, what we call in Ayurveda, true rasayana that rejuvenates with a lot of antioxidants, and the kind of ingredients you have put in are adding on to the real nutritive value of the pesto and the preservation method of freezing it. That's also very nice. And I can see what important things Chef Jay mentioned of not using tomato seeds in the composite because it will grow up like anything. But you see, nature has so much of things that it will just prosper everywhere in all the forms, and that's why your gardens are amazing and you have made it in such a good way. And in fact, Sharon, I'd like to add, because it's not only that you both are preparing it, but it has given you really a good way to have a healthy and happy mental well-being as well, because the more you're involved with nature, the more you're involved with physical activities. In today's time, we see so many people who are having mental health issues just because they don't work, they don't do anything. And so in that regards as well, you're keeping up well in that way and doing a good karma yoga on your side. Before in couple of minutes we take Mala's question, who has her hand up. So these kind of things are so important as a part of our holistic health, and adding up to that, to know about how important it is to talk about health and health benefits in regards of vegan and vegetarian kitchen episode, because everything is interrelated, and we have been always talking about healthy life and healthy living. And in those regards, you have made up a very beautiful point, and you are a brand ambassador, I'd say, to work on all this and promoting this by your own life inspiration for people and your experiences to share with people. So, isn't it, Mala, what I've added up? You can add up as well, and your comments too. Over to you, Mala. Thank
You
you.
know what? My thoughts got disturbed because Sharon, how are you? Lovely. Namaste. As I was watching the video, Jay making that lovely tomato sauce, and you showed us the video of the garden, I want to run to you and escape to you. And even that cloudy background is beautiful because it reminds you of rain and that warmth, and just being in the garden, walking, then having that. I'm imagining myself as I'm talking to you. I just want to also say, Mahalakshmi has blessed you with an abundance. Absolutely, no question. Few questions. Do you grow winter vegetables?
Well, last year we grew potatoes.
Yeah.
And they were delicious. But this valley is a potato valley. It's filled with potato. It's easy to get them. So we said, okay, we'll do some other things. And we did the squash this year. Last year also we grew beets. And I think that what happened is that by the end of September, by mid-October, we're tired. It's just two of us doing all this. So we decided, the only thing we would keep doing was because last year we grew chard and kale also, because you can grow it through colder weather. But now it's coming. It's funny, after Thanksgiving, we had a really actually pretty warm fall, right? And then right as Thanksgiving hit, whoosh, like last night, when I came out, it was about 28 Fahrenheit. So, but it's still, we live so high that the sun, when it's out, the sun is warming. So I go and walk the dog for like 1.5 miles to 2 miles a day, well, 5-6 days a week, to keep fit and it's so beautiful here. Well, you saw the seasons, the changing weather, the mountains. It's just so beautiful, and it's such an incredible place. Talk about lifestyle. Most people come here for meditation, for spiritual pursuits. And so it's also, I'm hoping all of you will come here one day because it's just, it was created as an experiment to see if we could bring all the world's religions together. And we're doing pretty well, actually.
I've got a question on the tomato, the paste. So once he pulped it and pureed it through the sieve, what did he do with that, the end bits, after he put it into the containers?
I think he just, throws it out. He doesn't want tomatoes growing. He doesn't want to put it in the compost. He spends a lot of time creating the compost. And so he's very concerned about what goes in. If we put them in, as he said, we'll have, it'll be overrun. So, yeah, I think he just, puts it in the trash, or else he might just throw it out for the animals. He does that often. We've got lots of, like last week, I was driving down the road and there was this whole herd of elk just out there in the field. So, we have lots, our dog patrols every morning. She goes up on the roof and looks around and then runs around barking, because we've got deer and we've got bobcats and all kinds of, we're in nature, in true nature. And also another key element here is the water. We probably have some of the purest water on earth here, and we have a well, so it's not being treated, with chlorine or any of those things. And, it's coming right off the mountain. Also, we have a huge aquifer that everybody's trying to take our water, but we resist. We resist. We want to keep this place really pure, and for people to come and retreat and to find themselves again, to my Tibetan teacher, Tenzin Wangyal Rinpoche, he always talks about silence of voice, stillness of body, and spaciousness of mind. And that's what you find here. Some people can't handle it because it's so quiet.
Right.
It's
Love
so
it.
quiet. But now it's nice. We have a lot of young people moving here, a lot of people. I went to a party recently, and with people from all over the world. I met a couple. She was from Argentina. He's Persian. And they went on and on at this party. There were all these people saying, "Oh, tell me, we're making a greenhouse now." We really, Hannah Strong, who has been on the show often, and we have some of the top environmentalists living here who've been involved for decades. And she has a seed bank here, and amazing one. She has like seeds that are thousands of years old. And, we really are working to be a self-sustainable community where we have quality food and a quality, healthy lifestyle.
Yeah. Sharon, before we take up Keith is there to take up some comments from you and questions as well. But yes, I see. I think the water must be very pure in form of the mineral content as well, because it's coming directly from the mountains, and that must be so rich. And doing a retreat would be a dream for me. This is such a beautiful place. It will have such a vibrant energy, in fact. So before I chat more further, we have Keith. Global Namaste, Keith. It was so good to see you. What are questions and
Namaste to
comments?
everybody. Well, hello. After a period of not being available, I have decided to show my face once again. As most people will know, that my engineering background does not cover into the chef's culinary areas, but this is a particular question to Sharon, who I hope I can call a really true friend from the Americas, as we share common aims for cultural and making sure that we have health and well-being on the map. Sharon, my 51-year-old daughter, who we've just spent the weekend with, suffers with nut allergies. And the story I wish to convey is in the form of a question in a way, but she was on a few days break a couple of months ago, and she was in a restaurant, and she always makes sure that the restaurateur and the waiters know that she has an allergy to nuts. And so she was eating her meal and immediately began to have an allergic reaction, which required her husband to be ready with her EpiPen. It's that serious.
Yes.
Called the waiter over and the owner, and they said, no, it doesn't cover it. There's no nuts in it. It's only the pine nuts.
Oh, they're nuts.
Okay, it's only the pine nuts. And the restaurateur had no knowledge that pine nuts were of the same family as peas and other delicacies that some of us enjoy. And she only needs the smell of a pea from a curry, all right? And she has to move it aside. It's that serious. And I just wanted to know is how you would treat somebody to eat that wonderful pesto that you make without having to worry of the pine nuts.
I wouldn't put the pine nuts in. You know,
That's too simple. That's too simple.
well, if I can't eat them, I don't want to have to get out the EpiPen. But my friend Desi, who has Mandala Pizza here, who's been on the show, she is now catering for many of these retreat centers. And whoa, what she has to do is she has to make veg, non-veg, non-nut, non-this, non-that. And so I actually, we got a recipe from this show for pesto without nuts. It was a show like probably in the spring. And it was all these, how to prepare all these sauces. So the value of this show for her or anyone, you know, that needs to cook without nuts or without something, it's really a wonderful show for that. Yeah.
Well,
it's so
that's a lovely answer. Don't include it.
I should also tell you that we now have a few Tai Chi and Qigong teachers here.
Yes.
And so there's a lot of activity in that realm going on here. John Milton and Bill Smith and others. And I'm also very excited because we are building my own little studio.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful.
On our land. So I'll be able to dance there and be on Healing Our Earth and make videos and all the things I like to do, but I won't have to go out in the snow, drive in the snow, because they say it's going to be a cold, snowy winter, but we'll see.
Anyway, another slight problem is that we here in England now have been browbeaten not to use Fahrenheit, but to use Celsius. And so when we talk about 6 degrees, we think, well, that's quite warm.
Right.
So have a wonderful winter, have a lovely Christmas. And I did send a few people Thanksgiving blessings, but I'm going to leave the show currently because I wish in the new year mainly to talk to Neil and to Rajiv because there are some developments which are very important for the global health and well-being activities that I like to think I'm part of. All right. And there's some wonderful things going on, but they need a lot of time, devotion, etc. But we need our sustenance.
Yes.
Amrita, we need our sustenance.
Sure. You know, I saw somebody on Facebook, somebody put up a thing, they had like I can't remember, I think it was a jar of mayonnaise, and it said, oh, they have a new word for GMO, bio something, right? I can't remember, bioengineered. And they said, look out for this. So I sent it to my son. He's out in San Diego area. And he went through his pantry and threw out half of the things there because they were all, and then they now once a week, they get fresh vegetables and everything from a local organic farmer.
Wonderful.
And they've completely changed their diets. And they both look, him and his wife and his kid, they look amazing. My son, well, I'm like, wow, you look so good. He goes, I changed my diet and took out all of this stuff. So I'm just telling you out there, it's in so many things. Go to the store and just look, and there's, so growing your own food, even having, some tomato plants in your window, or some herbs or something. First of all, it connects you with nature, and the process.
I have to admit that gardening is not my forte, and currently I'm relaying concrete in the garage.
We just had concrete for the building.
Anyway, I'm going to leave you there and continue with your food and the recipes that these wonderful people have for us. Thank you very much for your time.
Let's chat soon.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Keith. Thank you very much. And we would like to have more of information from you regarding health and wellness. So keep us posted and please join us again. Thank you. Global Namaste. Yes, Sharon. And we also have Rena who wants to share certain things. We'll be going in. Okay. So, Rena, what all you have to share with us about fermented food? So, she's been preparing kombuchas and kimchis. She had been discussing about and pretty health conscious. So, yes, over to you, Rena. Thank you.
Hello, thanks, Dr. Amrita and Sharon. It was really interesting to listen to what you shared. And for me, fermented foods, my connection to fermented foods starts with when I lived in South Korea from 2014 to 2016. And there is no meal in South Korea without kimchi. And kimchi, actually, most of us think of the fermented cabbage that's red, but actually, traditionally, any fermented food is considered kimchi. And there's actually a saying, and I don't know if there's a saying, but it's really common if you get sick and you're Korean and you tell your mom that you're sick, one of the first questions your mom will ask you was, when was the last time you ate kimchi? And so it's really, there's a deep understanding in their culture of the importance of eating fermented foods. But then I left Korea and a few years went by and I wasn't really eating fermented foods regularly. And I did have some health issues. And only recently did I make that connection myself because I don't have a Korean mother. And and actually my love of fermentation was rekindled by a neighbor of mine. 2019 to 2020 she was my neighbor. She's a clinical nutritionist and she regularly fermented tons of things: kombucha, sourdough bread, and tons of vegetables. And we literally shared a wall, so it was very easy to be inspired by her. And I started making it a habit to just ferment whatever I could. And now I focus on kombucha, which I showed you before. Cabbage and cucumbers are like the three basics that I always have. If I don't have cucumbers on hand, then I'll have carrots on hand. And I'm going to take you over to my kitchen. Let's turn the lights on here. I hope you'll be able to see me. So,
from US kitchen, we are moving to Israel.
Yeah, we're in Israel, in my kitchen.
Yeah.
And I was making fermented cabbage kind of the unprofessional way for a while, but I bought myself a fancy fermenting jar last week.
Nice.
And so essentially when you're making fermented cabbage, you want to take whatever jar you're using, put it upside down in a pan of boiling water, then let it dry naturally. Then you'll take the cabbage, chop it up really small. Make sure your hands are clean. And then this is the hard part. For every head of cabbage, you'll use about a tablespoon of salt and massage the salt for about 10 minutes. So that's going to be your arm workout for the day. And then there should be about enough liquid that will just naturally come out of the cabbage that you can stick about 2 fingers underneath that liquid. And then you'll stuff it inside the jar, and you want to fill the jar all the way to the top so that there'll be no air. So here, actually, I hadn't opened this yet. I made this. Oh, wow, it smells like pickles. So let's see if you can look inside. It's a little dark, the lighting here is not so great, but you can see enough that it's turned yellow. So it's like, this is way super fermented. It's very ready. So thanks for being here while I checked it. I'm going to move this tomorrow. I'll deal with it. I'll move it into something and keep it in the fridge. And if for a while I told you I was doing it the unprofessional way. So I was using just regular glass jars. And what's challenging about that is that every day I had to open the jar and then close it again. And with cabbage, it's really easy for like little particles of dust to get in, and then the whole batch has to be thrown away. So with this jar that I just showed you, what's nice about it is it doesn't have to be opened every day. So that's cabbage. Then I have in the fridge, so you ferment. A lot of people think that you can ferment with vinegar, but the trick is that if you're fermenting with vinegar, it's not it's pickling, but it's not fermenting. So it might taste good, and that's fine, and you can still do that and it'll taste good, but you're not getting the benefits of the probiotics, the probiotics that come with fermented food. So if you're making proper fermented foods, you ferment them outside of the fridge, not in direct sunlight. And then once they're fully fermented, and you know, because it smells like vinegar, you move it into the fridge, and that's what stops the fermentation process. So my cucumbers here are ready. And again, I boiled this jar. I got organic cucumbers, cleaned them, and filled the jar. You'll see, well, the lighting's not so good, but here I have dill. So I put dill at the top, which helps to prevent surface molds. And I have some fresh garlic cloves in here, bay leaves, coriander seeds, what do they call it? Allspice. And I actually put some cinnamon in there also, just for fun. And the ratio that I use is about a cup of water to somewhere between a teaspoon and a tablespoon of salt. And it kind of depends on how salty you like things. And I like to make the brine before. So you prepare the brine in a separate bottle, mix it up so that the salt dissolves, and then pour it into the jar. And then here's the secret, is that once I finish eating all of these cucumbers, there's still leftover brine, and that leftover brine is also full of probiotics. So I keep that brine so that if I run out of fermented foods, I can take like a little shot of the brine of the pickles, and then I'm still getting my probiotics. So that's that. It actually tastes really good, and I find it like energizes me in this. I don't drink coffee, but it energizes me, and I also don't really drink alcohol, but it energizes me in the same way that like when I did drink coffee, that like you get that feeling. So that's fermented cucumbers. In terms of the timing of how long it takes for foods to ferment, it really depends where you are and what the season is. So here in Israel, in the heat of summer, things can ferment in as fast as 2 days. And in winter, in the thick of winter, it can take up to 3 weeks. I assume that's different for someone who's in Colorado, or I grew up in Chicago. There it probably could take even longer in the thick of winter. And I try to eat about a tablespoon of fermented food with every meal that I have, just to make sure that I'm getting probiotics in. And I really believe food is medicine. And you can get probiotics in pill form, but it's not a living active probiotic. And if you make your own fermented cabbage, fermented cucumbers, kombucha, and as a backup plan, fermented carrots, then you know that you have it. And these are really easy things to make, really affordable things to make. And it's just about building a habit, which, like everything, where there's a will, there's a way. If you feel that it's important to build the habit, then you do it. Are there any questions?
That's beautiful. Isn't it, Sharon? It's beautiful. Yeah.
It's really, yes. Well, we make our sauerkraut that we eat all year. But I wanted to ask you, you're in Israel. I lived there in Jerusalem in the 70s.
Wow.
Yes. Well, I come from Jewish heritage. And how are you? How are things going? You know, we hear so many things, but you're there.
Yeah. So I live here. I live in a town that's about 40 minutes south of Haifa. And I was here when this whole situation broke out. And I actually left 5 days after, and I went to Vietnam, where I lived in 2016 to 2017. So I went back there. And for me, it was actually really healing in and of itself to have the opportunity to go back there. It was a really challenging year when I lived there. So for whatever reason, I was given an opportunity to go back and close out that story and fall back in love with Vietnam. And it just also seems interesting as an American to have gone to Vietnam. And there I was able to fill up on feeling secure and safe and peaceful within myself, and trusting that all of this awfulness is here to bring us as humanity to something better, that in our human perspective, we don't have the capacity to understand. And after, I have chills as I say that. And after about a month of being there, my visa was up. And it just felt like, okay, it's time to come back home. And it's time to come back to where I feel the most grounded. It's time to come back to my plants. And so I came back really filled up on those feelings of security and trust and inner peace, and feeling really motivated to spread those around, primarily through teaching yoga. So where I live, thank God, there have been no sirens there was one false alarm where we spent about 30 seconds in a bomb shelter, but other than that, there's been no real alarms, thank God. So that's been really fortunate. And also, thank God, all of the very acute trauma, so like people who have been killed, or people who were kidnapped, or people who are in the army now, most of it's about 2 degrees of separation away from me. So it's like I know people who know people. And I work for myself as a yoga teacher, so I'm not going to an office every day. I don't have children. It's really easy for me to stay in a bubble where in my little bubble, I can continue feeling those feelings of security and peace and trust. And I don't have a TV, so I don't watch the news. And I choose very wisely when and how to go on social media or to receive things via the news. And I can kind of jump in and then jump out. And same with my little bubble. Like I jump out of it when I have to go to the supermarket, and then I jump right back into it. I'm starting now to get more involved with teaching yoga classes. And what's giving me the most sense of purpose is teaching yoga classes to people who really need the most compassion right now. And I've actually secured a few yoga classes, and I'm raising funds from donors to cover the costs of these classes. And today I secured, I'm really excited about it, 3 yoga classes, and 2 are still in the works for women whose husbands have had to join the army now, and these women are at home alone with their kids. So I'll be teaching yoga classes to the women and to the kids, and some together. And so I'll be leaving my bubble to go do those things, and then I'll come back into my little bubble. So that's the country, the country's traumatized, and it manifests in different ways where some people are able to my year I'll say it this way, my year in Vietnam was really traumatic for me in terms of the culture shock, the job that I had, and it manifested in a near-death motorcycle experience and motorcycle accident. And so for 7 years, I lived with post-traumatic stress disorder. And I only realized about 6 months ago that that was something I was dealing with. And once I realized it, I just shifted the narrative and I came up with a new term. And I call it post-traumatic growth order. And so that's what I see in Israel. I see a mix of people who, whether they don't have that terminology, but they're able to lean into the post-traumatic growth order and use this as a time to really catapult their personal healing, their being of service, their humanity. And then there's also people who are in the thick of post-traumatic stress disorder, and Israelis already are often very aggressive and there's a lot of stress. It's a really fiery culture. So for some people, those things are amplified. And it depends on each person and their own complex constitution and their own experiences. And so that's
I have a little story to tell you. When I had my first fellowship to go live in India, I was very blessed to live with Sitara Devi, who was the queen of North Indian classical dance and had been a Bollywood star. And what we found were that there was so much in common between the Hindu tradition and the Hebrew tradition. This love of scholarship, this love of the arts, and so many things. And so I just want to bring that forth, that I just naturally went deep, and I met many Israelis actually in India. I went so deep into the culture, and I'm just so grateful to be a part of the show because I feel so seen and appreciated. I mean, I've studied, from my time in India, then I've studied cultures all over the world and all the different spiritual traditions and what we have in common. And I think that's what, we need to do more and more, bring the music, bring the dance, bring the yoga and the meditation, and help us all as human beings to heal.
Yeah, Sharon, that is why next week we are having another episode of yoga and meditation. So, all the stuff with yoga vibes and meditation sessions for people who are interested, who want to gather peace in their body, mind, and soul on 3rd of December 2023 at 2 p.m. GMT onwards. We'll be sharing experiences of all the yoga stuff and the people for meditation and for praying for peace and global peace as well as happiness for everyone, basically. So all your wishes, Sharon, as well as Rena, are going to be fulfilled with all these things because, and we'll be sharing and talking more about this. So now I think it's time to close today's episodes. We really had beautiful people sharing beautiful experiences, and from the cheers of the cups of the teas to the cutlets on the side table and the relishing soups as a starter to jump on, we have a lot of takeaways from today. So I'd like to thank everybody for joining us today, all our special guests, our guest contributors, our regular contributors, and of course, the beautiful Sharon and everyone. And let's chant up the Gayatri mantra before we end. And with this thank-giving note, we'll conclude today's episode. So let's close our eyes. Om. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति।